unfortunately, our president, Professor Papanikolas, cannot be here today because, you know, next week the COP27 will start, and we are in charge of handling the EME, so the East Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative, and we are helping the Republic of Cyprus to finalize this huge scheme for the region. And I think it's already in Jordan, or he was flying to Jordan, because there are 17 countries to connect, and the initiative will be presented next week in the COP, I think, to be signed by the head of state. So it's a complicated period, but we knew that. And unfortunately, I mean, I'm the minor in a minor position to introduce, but I hope it's enough. So welcome to everybody. Welcome to colleagues, friends, colleagues here at the Institute, Mayor of Limassol. It's really a pleasure to have you here from so diverse places in Europe and from so diverse disciplines, because the aim of this conference is to connect. It's the real focus of this year edition, and this was agreed, I mean, about 1 year ago with the colleagues in the ESEIA, is to put people from different disciplines to talk about the challenge of transition in communities. So it's about working together to make the change, to switch a system. And we were, I mean, talking during the coffee, but now, I mean, this is a typical talk in all the coffee breaks, and not only. It's about the change that we see around us. I mean, you have been swimming yesterday. We were sweating outside. In all the Central Europe, everybody has been facing 12, 13 degrees of a shift. The trees are blossoming while they are losing the leaves, or even the flowers are out. So this is something that now we see. And this is in the cities, this is in the rural areas, this is in our communities, and we have to find a way to do something together, and to do something together now. So my personal, let's say, commitment is to try to make people with the knowledge to talk each other and to try to work as soon as possible around what should be done, and finding the way, you know, who's working on the finance should help the ones who are working on the buildings. And the ones working on the buildings should understand that people working on nature, on trees, on greening the cities, they should work together, because it's not a competition on spaces, on the way things should be done, but it's a convergence around this mission. We know that the European Commission has been moving in this direction. We have this model, you know, the framework of missions, which is helping us quite a lot. So most of us are working on European funds, and this is helping to converge. But this is not enough. I think this should not be tactical, but this should be strategic. And this is an opportunity from our side, from the side of the Institute, to put this drop into this pond. So try to help. We try to do our best. I mean, our team has been working really hard to try to make your stay here comfortable and generative. And I hope that after these 2 days, many new opportunities of collaboration will come up, and also we will absorb knowledge from each other. So this will not be a silo conference, but will move knowledge and ideas from one people to the other. I've been very happy that, you know, for the level of participation, for the level of the speakers, and that's for us, I mean, a result of, how can I say, friendship, trust, and the belief that this will be useful, because all these high-standing people spending time here for, 2 days, it's a capital, and we have to spend this capital in the right direction. So I will not waste more time on introduction, and I will just ask my colleague Salvatore Carlucci to say a few words because he's been, co-chairing the process and is a scientist in the field, so has a different perspective. And in our dialogue, we are always, exchanging ideas and trying to find the way. Salvatore.
Thank you. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, friends, future friends, for being here in Cyprus today with us. And it's a pleasure completing now this process of preparation of the 5th ESEIA Conference. Was a very interesting path, the first from my side, where I learned a lot. I learned a lot about ESEIA, the motivation, mission, vision behind the association, and also the real commitment to try to make a contribution, try to make a change. And in particular, the topic that was chosen to drive this process was, we can see here, urban transition towards climate neutral and inclusive neighborhoods. A lot of terms in just one title. This was the idea of integration between the different domains where we have a quite solid and deep knowledge, but sometimes we realize we miss connection, bridges, closing our boxes. So here we would like to bring together, for example, climate change from models, understanding physics of atmosphere, with respect to also. Oh, no, just the title.
So
okay.
You are spoiling it, but it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just the.
It's like the Netflix next. No.
It's, okay. No, just last term, inclusive. This is quite interesting. Sometimes one of the main gaps we had was putting together technical aspects with then the real impact on the society. The idea here is to bring people from different domains, try to exchange, try to really help contaminating fields. So the idea is to externalize, interiorize, and maybe combine in the day of tomorrow with specific section, with panels, so that the discussion can be the promotion of future ideas. So basically, instead of being a conclusion point, we hope that this might become the starting point for real new motivation to tackle this big challenge that is basically try to make our contribution to protect for what we can in this world. The urban environment, the scale, extremely important. Extremely important since here in the urban environment, we have a little bit of everything. So we have a natural environment, building, mobility, different dimensions that are related with basically 90% of what we do. So the challenge is big. And also our responsibility at the same time is also big. So good luck to everybody of us, and thank you for coming here and tackling this challenge. Thank you.
So, and I would ask Brigitte to give us welcome. I gave you mine.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much for these introductory words. Fabio, it's been a real pleasure preparing this conference together with you, and also you and many others from the Cyprus Institute. Let me welcome you all here. Let me welcome in particular also our guests that are outside of our network, and especially for the European Commission, Gordana Popovic, who is here representing the European Research Council. Thank you very much. You came here. I'm very glad to have you. Thank you also to all of our working group coordinators for coming here. ESEIA is a big family now with a lot of topics, and one of these topics is here on the stage today. And well, thanks very much also to our focus group leaders who are here and other people that we are going to get to know during this conference. Thank you very much, and from my side, and well, especially for ESEIA, I would like to welcome Brian Norton, who is our Vice President and highest ranking member of the ESEIA management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigitte. And just 2 words about how this conference will work. We will have some sessions in the plenary room, so we will start with 2 keynote speeches. Then we will open these 3 parallel tracks. So as you know, there is a parallel, there are 3 tracks on, let's call them systems. So it's a matter of infrastructures. They might be financial infrastructures or energy infrastructures. Then we have a track on the social component. So this will be about people. And the third track will be about technologies, so the components that we have to put together to support the transition. And so they are the orange, the green, orange, and yellow tracks in the program. Then we will converge in panel discussions. So the idea is that whatever is emerging in these small groups, focused groups, will be reported in a panel and discussed in the panel. So we will try to build on top of what the scientists will say in terms of how these components can be connected. And this will be brought to the end to some kind of highlights of this conference. And tomorrow we will devote a session to innovation. So this will be about the ideas coming from pure innovators, so people that are creating new companies or new products, and we are bringing them here. And one relevant component of this process is what we are doing in the EUSolve project, which is an any CBC Med project, so it's financed by the European Neighborhood Initiative as a cooperation of 6 countries in the European and partner area. And this is about transition in cities supported by creativity. So how creativity, so that means art or behavioral changes or gaming or whatever is related, media, can help us to support the process of transition. And I must thank also EUSolve and the ANI initiative, because I mean, we are paying their part of the expenses of the so it's my spot, micro spot. It's our donor. We will start with this let's say plenary session with the 2 keynotes. The first one, and I want to thank you so much for being here, Margaret, is Margaret Knoll from the Austrian Research Promotion Agency, but you are here essentially because you are the CEO of the DUT, the Driving Urban Transition. So it's the next step of the European initiative about the transition in cities. You will tell us the story, so I will not spoil again after Salvatore. And the floor is yours, and please, Margaret, tell us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. My pleasure being here. Just let me try if I can turn this into another mode. All right. And thanks for already emphasizing the importance of what the message that I would like to deliver today. Let me start by just perhaps raising the obvious for a group and community of researchers that are dealing with climate neutrality, energy transition, and the like. But I guess you know what that is. That's the temperature stripes. So that's deviation of temperature compared to the reference temperature globally between 1970 and 2000. That's where it's more the whitish, and then you clearly see where we are heading to. So these are the facts, right? And Fabio mentioned that already. We see it, and now it really turns towards societal recognition that this is an issue, but the facts are there for many years, right? So that's what we need to deal with, and we need to deal with that quite urgently. No, I prefer that one. Thanks, that's fine. So, and nowadays, after the last summer particularly, I think this message arrived in society, right? We noticed that we are facing different situations, climate ones in our cities, and the summer is not the summer that we may have been used to when we were kids. Or a couple of years ago. So that's something that has multiple consequences, not only in the heat rise, in the biodiversity loss, in the droughts, in the floods, in whatever it is. So we need to act. And the point that I would like to turn to now is that there are areas on our planet that are facing these challenges even more than others, right? And there is a clear statement of the UN Habitat Director, which is saying if we want to achieve the SDGs, we need to get the cities right. That's the hotspots that we need to face and that we need to tackle with all the complexity that goes along with that. Right? So that's what I would like to do. I would like to focus a bit on what does that mean for cities, what have we experienced over many years of running a research and innovation program on urban transitions, what are the plans in the future, and what is in what kind of ecosystem are we operating. In order to get the cities right, let's turn a bit towards the Sustainable Development Goals. They have laid out all the many issues that we need to get right, actually, in order to survive on their planet. And put, maybe looking at the SDGs from the point of view of SDG 11, the one on sustainable cities and communities. And if we do so, we easily notice how interconnected the landscape is, right? So when you look into the individual sub-goals of SDG 11, then you see it's about all of that. It's about the energy, the poverty, inclusiveness, the transport, you name it, right? And this doesn't come as a surprise because you can talk to any mayor and anyone that is dealing with urban planning, it's complex, right? So that's the nature of urban development. However, there is one issue that I would like to point to explicitly, as this is important for research to understand and give a hand and help solving that. This interrelationship highlights a fact that all these, there are a lot of strategies how to deal with the energy transition in a city and how to deal with the water management and nature-based solutions and greening and you name it. But they're all interconnected, right? And they are not always going well together, right? They are conflicting in order to achieve the energy transition. Does that turn to a solution that is combating poverty? How do we deal with the land use issue when we want to have more greening cities and need to densify at the same time? How do we go about climate change adaptation and not at the loss of quality of life in the city? So how do we deal with that, right? That's not a given. So dealing with these multiple challenges at the same time in an integrated way really means that we need to understand where the hotspots are, where are the critical issues, where are the strategies that don't go together, where are the conflicts of interests and strategies, and by nature perhaps, right? But that's the hotspots we need to deal with. And that's one of the things that we need the help of research to understand this complexity and give a hand in turning that into new opportunities. So following the SDGs, there is a plenty of attention to cities nowadays. When we started with the Joint Programming Initiative Urban Europe in about 2010, everyone has had big eyes saying, what on earth are you dealing with cities? That's all. What is the focus of your work? So now we are there, right? Cities are all over the place. And a lot of strategies and policies and programs have emerged on global level, European member states driven level. They all try to address particular aspects of what needs to be done and providing guidance for research as well as for cities to advance. Just picking out a few one that you may not have so much focus on so far. So I don't know if you're familiar with that one, then you're in your Leipzig Charter, complementing perhaps what we see in the or a continuation of the urban agenda and the urban agenda for the EU, a policy framework that was created and updated in 2019 under the German presidency to create a framework for cities and some guidelines on good governance practice and how to drive this urban transition, how to advance. And they clearly highlighted the importance of productive cities, green cities, just cities, and the utilization of digital cities in achieving that. They are addressing different layers from the functional urban area down to the neighborhood scale, and they are focusing on some of the critical issues that cities should be aware of when advancing their strategies. So that's a paper that may help, and that's not only for the research point of view, it's particularly for the urban development point of view. There is a new one that you may have come across already, as actually those that are more into the place-based experimentation perhaps. So the New European Bauhaus, something that goes along strongly with the Green Deal and the ambition of turning Europe as the first climate neutral continent. And it's less a strategy, but a movement, if you will, right? It's rather about creating the dynamics of a new spirit, how we design our neighborhoods. It's less focusing on tech implementation, but rather about art, creativity, co-design, mobilizing the communities and doing things together. Very much bottom-up driven and very inspirational and I guess also needed in a way that it complements a lot of our very, let's call it market-driven approaches that we have in our transition strategies. And then I guess you're all familiar with that one, with our 100 climate neutral cities mission, one of the main references at the moment. And I'm very much looking forward to learn more about the case of Limassol in a couple of minutes. The importance that I would like to raise here is that this mission approach the Commission was picking up and developing over the last years, this is a game changer of some sort. This is also for research and innovation. This is clearly focusing on achieving a mission which requires a new kind of research and innovation contribution, right, compared to, let's say, a traditional approach where research follows different routes and exploring the world more or less, right? This is about achieving a goal together, and this gives direction and it gives a framework what needs to be done, not how and not what kind of technologies or solutions, but that's the aim. So go and get there. And this requires new forms of cooperation with the cities, with all the stakeholders. So this is a game changer of how research can contribute to this transition. And that has quite a couple of implications that I would like to get back to in a few minutes. So, and then let's turn to, as I'm here also on behalf of the Driving Urban Transition Partnership, I would like to share a bit of our program, which is in some way complementing what the mission is achieving. So in principle, we do have the same aim. We want to support cities to transform. We want to provide the evidence and new insights in how this transformation could look like. And we want to build the capacities for cities and all these stakeholders to act. It's a public-public partnership of member states and the European Commission. It's the new program. Whoever is familiar with JBI Urban Europe, that's our new program for the next 7 to 10 years, actually. And it's co-funded now by 28 countries, and we're very proud that Cyprus has changed recently. So everyone that is from Cyprus, go for it. We're happy to have you on board. It's a quite complex consortium of funders, of ministries and funding agencies that are providing money, national money, to join in a pot to drive transnational cooperation, really go for a bigger, a critical mass on these issues. The first call is out, so whoever hasn't had a look yet, do so. The deadline is, I think, about second half of November, so still a bit of time to go for that. But the point I want to focus on is the partnership really is a research and innovation program, but it's not one that wants to support any kind of research project. We're not there to create knowledge per se. We want to provide evidence that helps to bring strategies into action, which means that we are very strongly cooperating with cities to understand what their needs are, to understand what the issues are to drive this transition, right? And you can tell us then later on what the challenges are in Limassol. That's what we need to focus on. And that's the mission-oriented approach that research then needs to act on these challenges, right? And help getting that right. So we want to create a framework for experimentation, for co-design, and helping turning the evidence and the many research results that there are into something that can be implemented in the cities. We have 3 thematic priorities, and they can be seen as entry points. So we know, and cities are calling for that loud and clear, it's about integrated approaches, right? We're not just looking into one box or another, this department or that sector. This is about an integration, which is absolutely challenging for everyone, because the departments, the city administration, no one is really established in a way that can work on this integrated approach. Anyway, what we are offering are 3 different entry points, sectors that need to be transformed anyway. When it comes to the energy transition, we're talking about positive energy district, something that is already up and running for 2 years, which is looking not only into energy efficiency of single buildings, this is looking into an entire redesign of the energy system per se in the urban context. It's about circular urban economy, something that builds upon greening, nature-based solutions and circularity. How can we redesign our principles, how our research flows, the research use in a city, and turn that into something that is truly sustainable. And the third one on the 15-minute city, I think it's the name says it already. This is not only looking into the mobility transition per se, replacing one kind of vehicle by another one. This is about a substantial redesign of how we use public space and how we move in a city, right? And these aspects are essential in a way that we are not focusing on technological developments per se, but on addressing the complexity and enabling the municipalities, city administration, other actors to respond to the challenges that there are, right? I will just quickly run through that so that you get a bit of a glimpse what's in it, and there is a document where you can go into that in much more detail. So in the energy context, it is about the energy efficiency, of course. It's about how we create or generate energy by as much renewable sources as we can. It's about the storage, but also the regional integration, right? We're not talking about autonomous urban areas here, but something that is efficient, that is flexible in how we're using the energy, and it builds strongly about energy communities, for example, right? So mobilizing, again, society, it's not just putting a power plant somewhere and making that efficient, but how can we take use of all the communities that are there and integrating that into a neighborhood that is operated for the benefit of all. In the circular urban economies one, we're talking about urban food production. On the one hand, a lot about the greening of cities, green-blue infrastructures, how we can redesign that. And you already see that this may already conflict with the one on the energy, on the built environment, right? Because there are different kind of interest in how we are going about to use space. But the city as an enabler for biodiversity is an essential one, and we really saw that also last summer, that there is a need to act in that regard much stronger. But it's also how we deal with the resources that are coming in and going out of a city, right? How we are going to reuse resources, what kind of materials we're using for our built environment, how we make our buildings climate proof. And finally, on the 15-minute city priority, this has a lot to do about how we redesign a neighborhood and its functionality, about multifunctional use for different groups of society, active mobility at the very core, right? And the point is getting rid of cars. So that's the essence of that, basically, that we redesign how we move in a city, what kind of mobility we can kind of avoid because things are available on foot or by cycling. How we deal with that in downtown areas and at the outskirts are two different kinds of things that we need to understand, right? How can we ensure that these city of short distances, if you will, is something that also works rather on the periphery and not just downtown. But these are issues that we're going to address over the next 7 years in all three kind of in parallel in an interconnected way. And you find all the details in our strategic roadmap that we just published early October. So have a read. This is the reference. What is going to happen in our program? It even indicates what kind of calls and what kind of topics will come up in the coming years. A guideline for cities as well as the research community alike. And just to emphasize, this was designed strongly in cooperation with cities and what they see as important to get going for their transitions. So, however, these are the thematics, and I guess you're all familiar with them. These are issues that we all, I guess, agree that this needs to be tackled. However, the point is that so far we have been rather slow in implementing the SDGs. The strategies are all there, but they are not implemented, not fast enough, not good enough. So the point is, how can we speed up the action, right? We need to get it from the strategies on paper in our cities, on the streets, rather urgently. And that's something where we then talk about the how, right? The what is quite clear, I think, for everyone on the global scale. But how do we get this transformation going? How can we strengthen the action in our cities? And the point is that a gradual improvement of our system doesn't work anymore, right? We're talking about radical transformative change that is needed, and that all the established systems and mechanisms on the governance, in business, they just don't work anymore, right? They are not ready and capable of addressing these amount of challenges that there are. So we need to create environments and frameworks that help us to unlearn, undo what is established for decades, and then shift to something that is rather truly transformative, right? That is better placed to help us tackle these issues. And so we need to get out of the path dependency. We need to understand that it's not about risk management and controlling, but about learning by doing, because that's the nature of a complex system, right? You can't make a plan and implement that and then control it. This is about experimenting and testing and trying. So we need to do that. And that's of course risky, because a city is a kind of a quite complex system that needs to ensure that all the functionalities are there. Still, we need to get out of an understanding of how the city could be managed, or how it's working, or the systems are put in place, and find new ways. And that requires also new governance approaches, right? And one of the essential conclusions from transition management is that it's about experimentation. We need to open kind of the doors, invite all the stakeholders, including society, of course, and design how the future could look like. We need to jointly create a vision and draw attention, understanding of what this future can look like, and get people and everyone on board to do this. And that requires also going beyond traditional research approaches, right? It's not about a linear model of how we come from an invention to something that perhaps can be bought off a shelf and being called an innovative product or service, right? This is about a new way of we connect technologies, social sciences, art, whatever it is, yeah, and truly find a mechanism to cooperate. So the approach that we are fostering a lot, and this is just one among many, I guess, is using urban living labs. And these urban living labs are implemented through our funded project. They offer a room for experimentation. They require that research is cooperating on eye-to-eye level with the municipality, with the local community. So that's not research telling someone what to do and how the world could be a better place, but co-designing that in the first place with the entire neighborhood, right? So this is about place-based solutions and how we define a new way of cooperation between science and policy and society and business and all of them. And that allows to tackle these complexities, let also society understand the need for change and the opportunities that a new solution could bring about. So there are some principles and a lot of guidelines how these living labs work. One of the essential issues is that usually they are implemented as a kind of pilot, as an experiment of some sorts, with a beginning and an end. Right? The crucial thing that we now need to understand is how can we turn these experiments that are happening once into something that is daily business in the future, right? If we just stop the living lab at one point and say, fine, well, it worked out nicely, but then it's over, it doesn't help much, right? And these labs cannot be scaled up to whatever kind of, this is local, scale-based, place-based. So we need to understand how we can multiply, how we can mainstream different approaches. Not all of that is scalable in the first place. There are a lot of guidelines. A lot of our projects have dealt with designing principles, how these living labs can look like. So if you're interested in that, there is quite some material at hand. And many of our projects are implementing these principles, are running these kind of approaches in many cities across Europe. So coming to some conclusions, what we take is essential to drive this urban transition in our neighborhoods. It is about coming to a decade of action, right? It's not about a scientific paper anymore. It's about getting things done and helping the local communities to act on the ground. And I think that's an important role for research to understand in a mission-oriented approach. It's a new kind of output that is required, a new kind of cooperation that is required. And we would be very happy if you are ready to embark on that and join this community that is already ongoing. It is less about the how, less about the what, but much more about the how. Because on the what, we basically all agree for decades now, right? So now tackle the what, but how to do that. That's the essential thing. And that means that we need to create a shared vision, that we need to bring society along and all the other stakeholders. We need, of course, to get politics along, right? At the same time, to understand that the path dependency does not work, that the business models, the approaches that we had so far they no longer work. So we need to find new ones, attractive ones. It's about experimentation, and this experimentation should turn into something that is redesigning our daily business, if you will, how the city is developed, what choices are made, how society and every person in a city is making its own choices on how to move around, what to buy, how to work. And this requires a lot of capacities. This requires new competencies, experiences, and learning, right? And that's where then research should create an environment to do that, to help run these experiments and to help find these new ways into a more sustainable future, to understand how we can deal with the uncertainty if we can't control it and if we can't do a risk management anymore, because it doesn't work out in this complex setting. So there are a couple of principles that sound easy to implement, but they are game changers, right? They are game changers for research and innovation. They are game changers for the municipalities, how they understand how the city, how they are running their own projects and urban development. So this is a game changer for all the stakeholders, if you will. But there is one thing left, and this is a question perhaps to discuss during the conference, something that we just are embarking on, and that is the situation that we're in at the moment. We all know that the energy transition and the entire urban transition is highly needed, but in the situation we're now with the energy crisis in Europe, caused by the war in Ukraine, what are the consequences of that? Will that be the kick into being faster in the transition, making it work out now, finally? Or will it get us back into business as usual because we just need a short-term solution so that we don't run out of energy, that people can afford their homes and the energy that they need to heat their apartments? So what is the decision that politics will take, right? What is the decision that the government and cities will take, what they will be able to do, what the room for maneuver is left in the situation that there is, right? Will we be able to use that as a trigger to and an incentive to become faster and just go for it now? Or will we step back into something that's and retreat saying, no, we need to fix now our energy situation first, using whatever there is on coal and oil and whatever, and then later on we may deal with the renewable energy situation. So I think that's a decision that will be crucial. I don't know yet where this will lead us to, right? But I think it's an opportunity and a risk at the same time, and it will be very essential if we can make it to the 2030 in a sustainable way and turn it around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margrit. And this is, the perfect assist to the mayor of Limassol, because you have been talking about the transition by 2030, and he will tell us how Limassol wants to be a climate neutral and smart city by 2030. So the floor is yours, and please. Yes, okay.
A city with a population of about 200,000 inhabitants. It's a multicultural city. At any given point, 1 in every 4 citizens is of non-Cypriot origin, which is something beautiful for the city, and we love it. And this is what makes the city so vibrant. Limassol is considered to be a dynamic city. It's a city of progress. It's considered to be the financial capital of Cyprus. It's a cultural center. It's an innovation center. It's a shipping hub, and of course, mayors are not very modest when they talk about their cities. We have been chosen as one of the 100 cities to be part of the program Mission Cities, which I'll be talking a little bit about it, at the risk of of bringing an ode to Athens, because I'm sure that most of what I will be saying is, we are very familiar with it. Well, first of all, I would like to thank ESEIA for organizing this conference. It's very appropriate, I would say, to talk about an issue which is of critical importance to the world. One which has to do with climate change, one which has many aspects and many points of approach. Climate change is probably the most critical issue that humanity is facing today. Well, the good news is that it took us too long to realize that, unfortunately. And the good news is that perhaps there's still time to do something if we manage to organize ourselves, if we manage to join forces, if we manage to act at various levels, scientific, city level, central government levels, regional levels. There's too many things to be done, and too little time which is diminishing, and the clock is ticking every day that passes. Well, EU missions, I'm sure you all are familiar with what the EU missions are. EU missions are initiatives. They are not programs. They are initiatives which have to do with issues of primal importance to Europe. They involve research and innovation, new forms of governance, and of course, they tend, or they target the engagement of citizens in the highest possible manner. There are 5 EU missions currently running. One has to do with adaptation to climate change, making cities resilient. The second has to do with cancer, how to improve the lives of more than 3 million people through the prevention, cure, and solutions to this disease. The third one is, of course, the mission cities, which has to do with climate neutrality and smart cities. The fourth is restoration of our ocean and waters. And the fifth has to do with soil and how to make the transition towards healthier soils. Why cities have to be involved? What's the importance of climate neutral and smart cities? Cities cover, everybody knows, a small percentage of the area of the surface of the planet, but they contribute a percentage of more than 70% to the emissions, to the CO emissions. So they are responsible, and we have a saying in ancient Greek, "Otros ke iasede." He who creates a problem has to solve the problem as well, especially when the problems involve social acceptance, involve the involvement of people. People have to be involved to adopt to methods which will lead to climate neutrality. Whether these solutions have to do with mobility, have to do with the way we use energy, have to do with our everyday lives, or whatever. Okay, a few statistics. The breakdown of greenhouse gas emission. 74% is the energy sector. Agricultural product is 12.5%. Land use, biomass burning 10%, and waste 3.4%. Just to give you an idea of what we are talking about. CO2 emissions per total primary energy supply is on the diagram on the left-hand side. You see Cyprus down the road. Mostly the emissions tend to decrease. In the case of Cyprus, they increase as time passes by. Also on the right-hand side, you have the CO2 emissions from electricity and heat per energy generated, and of course the countries which are at the bottom of the heap are countries which are still using are generating their electricity in a let's say, correct or a non-productive or a non-sustainable way. Total energy consumption by sectors, we have transport leading the way, industry, residential, commercial and public services, agricultural and non-energy use, and on the right-hand side, a similar diagram which has to do with energy-related CO2 emissions. And of course, the energy used in the building sector, which is a heavy participant, it's a main player. Buildings contribute a lot to the energy scenery, and that's how we have to concentrate on how to bring in solutions in terms of designing our buildings in a more sustainable way. So as far as transport is concerned, which is a heavy contributor to the emissions, road transport, of course, is 73.6%, aviation 11.9%, and the rest occupy lower percentages. So what is the aim? What are the aims of the city's mission? A mission is a program with defined, clear targets. We know what we want to do. The target is clear, but of course there are many ways to get there. Mostly, we have to do it through experimentation, through trying to apply solutions by trial and error. There are, of course, best practices. We have to take advantage of these best practices, but it's a great challenge because the road to achieve the target, which is clear, is very difficult and very tough to achieve. And for some cities and for some countries are even tougher. The mission has a clear target of making 100 cities which have been chosen through a procedure more or less antagonistic to become climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, 20 years earlier than the European target for the rest of the cities. These cities will be used as an innovation hub to enable other European cities to follow their example, especially in their country. In Cyprus, for example, Limassol was the only one which was chosen. It doesn't mean that the other cities will remain outside this procedure. And this is the responsibility, of course, of our city to involve in the maximum possible degree the rest of the cities and share with them experiences and best practices and programs and ideas and solutions and whatever. This is a map, we have seen it before, of the cities that were chosen. From all 27 members of the European Union, there are also 12 additional cities outside the EU, and all the cities have started working very hard in order to prepare their proposals by the end of 23. Some cities have already done that, some other cities have not done that. The European Union, the European Commission made it clear that they have chosen cities which run at different speeds. There are cities which are already very close to achieving climate neutrality, and there are cities who have been left behind due to historical, social, financial reasons. The point here is that is to realize that we all have to work together. It doesn't have any meaning for one city to become climate neutral. This will have an insignificant effect on achieving the final target. If we don't, one way or the other, go together to achieve this target will never be achieved. So it is the responsibility of cities which are front runners to help cities which are not front runners, and cities which have been left behind to try and take advantages of knowledge and experiences and best practices of the cities who have already achieved that over a longer period of time. Cities like Limassol, for example, we are called upon to make changes which in other cities have been made over a long period of time. Take, for example, Copenhagen or Brussels or these cities have achieved, have covered a big space, especially in matters of energy use, of mobility. You go to the cities and you see everybody using a bicycle, you see public transportation, and they have achieved that over a very long period of time through small changes which have been adopted and accepted by the people in an easy way, let's say. Whereas we are called upon within the next 8 years to make dramatic changes, and this is not very easy. It is very hard. Of course, the good side of the picture is that we have in front of us good practices and examples of cities which we can copy, and I think we shouldn't have any inhibition of copying good practices. This is what it's all about, and I think this conference is about sharing information, sharing experience, joining in with whatever one has to suggest or to add. Benefits of the cities, of course, cities who are part of the program can have technical advice from expertise from the European Commission, unlocking additional funding through the acquiring of the mission label. The mission label is something which puts these 100 European cities in an advantageous, let's say, way to claim these funds, which of course are not absolutely allocated for these cities, but the possession of a mission label helps the cities to justify the claiming of these funds in a better way. Okay, it is very important that these cities mobilize their national network. It is very important that they create their networking opportunities with cities in other countries. And of course, one of the key factors of this program is to involve citizens in whatever there is to be done. It's absolutely important, and these solutions cannot be implemented without the participation of people. Funding, there is an estimated possibility of funding of these programs which can reach up to the point of 10,000 euros per citizen through various funds, European funds, local funds, national funds, regional funds. So the challenge is to try and allocate these funds in a way so that they all diverge in the same purpose, of course. So Limassol was picked to be one of these 100 cities. We applied to be as part of this initiative because we believe that it's our obligation, as it is the obligation of every city, to be more actively involved in this global effort to deal with this climate change crisis. Of course, the selection of Limassol in the 100 city group was a good thing for the city. It satisfied us, but at the same time, it has put us in front of an enormous challenge within the next 8 years to do things that we haven't done over the last maybe decades. Time is crucial and essential. I'll give you an example. Today in Limassol and in the rest of Cyprus, more than 93% of all movements are made through private car. It's amazing that every family has 3 or 4 cars. We have to change that drastically. If we don't manage within the next 10 years to bring that percentage down to less than 50%, then we won't be able to talk about climate neutrality. This is not very easy because it is in the culture of people. The absence of infrastructure is tremendous. The absence, for example, of bicycle lanes is something which has to be dealt with. Funds will have to be allocated. It's very important that, okay, we have come up with studies and which show what has to be done. Take the mobility, case, for example. What has to be done to encourage public transportation in terms of bus stations, in terms of bus lanes, in terms of park and ride, in terms of creating, like I said, ways to support micromobility. This means two things. It requires absolutely the political commitment to do things, and secondly, the will to spend money. Money has to be spent. For example, according to the Sustainable Mobility Plan in Limassol, over the next 10 years, in order to be able to tackle the problem of mobility in our city, about 400 million will have to be spent in actions and projects which have to do with public transportation, infrastructure, etc., etc. This means that the central government will have to allocate an amount of 200 million euros over the next 10 years. The local government, the municipality, will have to find 100 million euros to do their own actions, whether it's road arrangements or constructing bicycle lanes on secondary areas. If we don't do it, if this money is not allocated, if this funding is not allocated, we cannot hope to achieve these targets by the time that we have to achieve it. It's as simple as that. The same goes, with the rest of the areas, be it energy as far as building is concerned, or the cycling economy, recycling, etc., or the other sectors which have to be dealt with. At the same time, it's really a historic opportunity to transform our city and our cities in general. It has been said that it is a game changer, and it is. If we manage to take advantage of the resources offered through this program, then we have a chance to transform our city and make it a better place to live, to work. And of course, the recipients of the benefits of this transformation will be the citizens of Limassol, who will have a better life, a more enjoyable life, new jobs, healthier life, etc. We have picked 5 thematics through which we'll aim to achieve climate neutrality. One thematic is energy. The second is buildings in general. Buildings contribute more than 50% in the whole energy scenery. Transport is a heavy and very important aspect. The fourth one is waste management and cycling economy. And the fifth one is coast, ports, shipping, and anything that has to do with sea. So we have to come up with a program, with a city contract, with an action plan to deal with all these 5 sectors and allocate and write down all the actions, the funding, the procedures, whatever has to be done in each one of these 5 thematics in order to be able to approach climate neutrality by the year 2030. And of course, across the board, a horizontal thematic is innovation and smart technologies, which will have to be incorporated in all 5 above mentioned thematics. In order to do that, we have to think and work outside the box, outside the procedures and the framework within which we have been working over the last years. a lot of years. We have to make procedures faster, more effective. We have to cut down on red tape. Red tape is a big monster in Cyprus and in most countries. We have to cut down on red tape. We have to find innovative solutions to proceed, to go on. But most of all, we have to create the largest possible alliance with stakeholders, starting from, first of all, the government. Central governments have to be convinced that they are stakeholders, they are heavy stakeholders, they have to contribute and help the cities to go along this path. Universities, research institutes, private organizations, people, groups of people who are interested in these matters, and create the largest possible alliance, join forces in this effort, which will have to be made on a specific planning. We need planning, we need targets, we need procedures, and we need, of course, the political will, we need the funding and the participation to be as wide as possible. This is not an easy job. Cities, of course, are very complex organizations. They have a lot of complex and everyday things conflicting sometimes between them, which have to be dealt with. We have to deal with public opinion. We have to deal with people and mentalities and the misconceptions and reactions and reactionary people. So I think this is our main challenge, to be able to deal with people and change states of mind, change attitudes. But there is no other way. If we don't do it, the battle will be lost and will be left behind. And of course, whatever happens in Cyprus, whatever happens in Limassol, or in any other country, affects the whole world. So we are not only responsible towards ourselves, we are responsible towards everybody else who lives on this planet. So this is, I think, the biggest challenge. And we certainly have no option but to try and meet the challenge in the best possible way. In practical terms, there's a number of things that have to be done. Let me go through them very, very quickly. We have to adopt new systematic approach for funding, testing, implementing innovation on a large scale, on a small scale. We have to acquire skills and know how to achieve climate neutrality, use innovative mechanisms to engage citizens and other stakeholders, private and public, establish a monitoring and evaluating framework, ensure political support from all levels, central, regional, local, promote networking with cities. This is very important. And we have started at Limassol to, let's say, getting in touch with people, with cities in other countries, talking to them, exchanging ideas, forming alliances. It is very important to be connected. Networking and connection, I think, is a key to the success of this effort. And of course, like I said, and I said before, it's very important to have collaboration with institutions, with expertise. And we are glad that we have established a strategic, collaboration with the Institute of Cyprus in a very productive, I think, relationship, which will help us a lot find our way. We have to prepare the climate contract by 2023. This is extremely important to have an action plan that will give us the opportunity to acquire the label of the program to enable us to claim, let's say, funding from the European Union. And we have already started signing the memoranda with all the stakeholders, ministries, universities, research institutes, we'll be starting very soon to organize public hearings for each particular thematic, to inform people, to create the necessary let's say environment for everybody to get tuned with this effort, because every participant, every stakeholder is needed to be a part of this procedure. And this is, I think, the biggest challenge, to inspire all the stakeholders to be part of this effort. We cannot do it alone. We need the participation of as many stakeholders as possible. We need the broader possible base of this effort in order to be able to achieve the targets. And of course, the basis and the baseline for all this is people. How to involve, how to inspire people, how to make people accept and implement all the measures and all the new ways and methods that we have to, to bring in. No big idea, no matter how strong or how successful it is, has any worth unless it is implemented by the final users, and the final users are the people, and this is what we have to target. And we aspire, we hope that to the degree that we can convince them, we'll be able to be optimistic that the targets will be achieved. I think this is more or less, like I said, Cyprus Institute is a very strong partner of our city, and we're very glad about that. And thank you for your attention. And if there's something that I would like to add to, or any questions, I would be more than glad to accommodate.
Thank you so much for this presentation, maybe because it was, I think, the perfect partner of the previous one, because I found more or less, in line with the last slide Margit was presenting about the priorities. A lot of attention about the how, because we have a lot of what already around, but the how, the process, engagement of people, and creating what you call a contract that's this coalition of different stakeholders working together. So I would, we are perfectly in time. I think that if you want to sacrifice 5 minutes of the break, we might have a couple of questions to the presenters, because it was so stimulating in terms of how this conversation could be brought further. So I don't know if we have, yeah.
I would like to follow up on your presentation. Thanks a lot for this. Is there, how is for you the dialogue with the government going? So I know some of the processes in some of the European countries, and some governments are now putting a lot of emphasis on giving support, whatever kind of, for their mission cities, right? So how is that coming along in Cyprus?
We have talked to several ministers. For example, the Minister of Transport and Communications, which is vital in terms of implementing the Sustainable Mobility Plan. We have talked to the Deputy Minister of Innovation, which is also vital in the whole thing. We have talked to the Minister of Energy and Commercial Affairs, which is also part of. We are satisfied that there is commitment by the government. They realize that this is something which requires their heavy commitment, their political commitment, and also it will be very important for them to try and support this project in practical ways, in terms of allocating some of the fundings that are available, so that this allocation of funds creates opportunities for multiplying the funding of the city for the benefit not only of Limassol, but for the rest of the cities. Whatever happens in Limassol will also apply for the rest of the cities and for the rest of Cyprus. And I think this is understood, and we are in the process of creating our, let's say, our committees of involving them in practical ways. For example, involving the Ministry of Transport in creating, in formulating our proposals for the thematic of transportation. It is very important for them. We believe that in order to be able to make the proposals, we need the municipality, we need scientific partners who have the expertise and the scientific knowledge, and we need the government, let's say, partners who have the procedures and the funding and the know-how about the various packages, whether it's resilient fund or whatever there is to be allocated for the cities.
Hello. I wish to ask. I find that in Cyprus there is a lack of awareness for government schemes, and how is this being marketed to the public, and also what are the things that are being put in place to empower local communities to move into a more sustainable lifestyle, a more, let's say, zero waste lifestyle? How is waste management being treated? Urban gardens, what are all these things that the program, the Urban Europe program is pushing for? So, like, how are you empowering the communities on a small scale, on a grassroots scale, and how are you bringing them into awareness of the scheme and of the goal of Limassol becoming greener by 2030?
Well, information goes on and passes, can be distributed much more efficiently today than in past years. We have to mobilize the people. It has been said that the people of Cypriots are not willing to use public transportation. This is not true. When they go abroad, they use a bus. For example, when they live abroad, they do recycling. Why don't they use public transportation when they are in Cyprus? Why don't they recycle as, let's say, heavily in Cyprus as they do abroad? It's a matter of the environment. The environment doesn't help them. So we have to change this collective, let's say, mentality. There is a lot of awareness. The people are more aware now that they have to use more public transportation. They have to use a bike. They have to recycle, for example. They have to be more careful about how to use energy resources. Okay, there is the bad side of their let's say, character, because they live in an environment that doesn't support as heavily these actions. I think we are changing slowly, but very firmly, because not doing that affects our lives. It affects our quality of life. So we realize that unless we do it, our quality of life will be diminishing. So it's a must. It's not just a matter of changing our lifestyle. It's a matter of changing the quality of our life.
May I follow up with one question on how do you expect that the cooperation in your city administration is going to change through the mission, right? Is there someone that is now going across the different sectoral departments? Is there a coordinating mechanism? How do you train and empower your staff, right, to make these changes happen? This requires a lot of new knowledge, new attitudes on how they are working, how they are addressing the society, are cooperating with them. So how do you expect this affects your staff?
Very good question. The first thing that we have to do is make our team. We have to make our team. If we need, we'll be needing technical support. We'll be needing expertise. We have to acquire it through various ways, either by strategic alliances or by employing consultants and technical support. We have to do that. Secondly, whatever we do, the municipality as an organization has to be upfront. If the municipality doesn't do things the way we want the citizens, to do it, nothing. We won't convince the people. For example, if the municipality has let's say, buildings which are not energy efficient, or if the municipality doesn't have a tendency to use electric cars or other means of, let's say, mobility, then how will you convince people that they have to do it? So this is the first big challenge, to transform the municipality in an organization which will be geared and targeted towards this particular target.
Okay. Just a small question. The mayor can't do it on his own, so he needs partners, of course. And in the former life, I was a politician in Graz, on a district level. So my question is, how do you see the role of politicians, local politicians in the city, and how they communicate with their constituencies? Can you make them part of your game and use their role as a bridge, maybe from your governmental perspective to the citizens, and bring them together and use this as an ongoing dialogue that will never end, really? So it's what you wanted. I think Margit is like a continuous, dialogue and implementation strategy.
Politicians can either lead, or they can be made and pushed and forced to become part of the procedure by people. We need the political process. We need the central government to make executive decisions. We need the parliament to make appropriate parliamentary and decisions and measures in order to facilitate this process, unless we come up with new legislation which will expedite, for example, the execution of projects. We cannot expect to go through these amazing red tape procedures in order to make a project. We need a couple of years. We need to be fast. We need to do things. So we need the participation of politicians. Unfortunately, cities are still dependent on central government and on parliamentary issues. So we have to work with them. I think that they don't have any reason not to cooperate. By definition, they would want to. What is good for the city, it's good for the country, it's good for them. So we expect to get them committed, because it is so strong, it is so vital, it is so clear as a mission. Of course, we don't know how to get there, but we know where we want to go, and this is very important.
Well, I'm Haytham Hijazi. I'm actually from two institutions, from Palestine Ahli University and the University of Coimbra in Portugal. I'm really very happy today with these talks. My question actually to Margaret, both, thank you so much for the interesting presentations actually. When you were talking about the transformation or the paradigm shift actually from linear models to more complex model that entails more civic participation, that involves different layers of people, of even institutions at the governmental level and even at other levels of participation. How could we ensure the bottom line of awareness? Because when you want to involve people, when you want to involve different institutions, you have to at least secure a bottom line of awareness among those people. We have to secure a minimal level of homogeneity inside this big heterogeneity cluster of people, let's say, because we try to do some very humble experiences and attempts to gather people. Sometimes we failed at bringing them exactly together. So my question, how do we ensure that bottom line? Thank you so much.
All right. When we talk to cities, what they say immediately when we talk to, so how can we step up the game, right? What is needed to get this really going, taking a big leap? One of the first things that comes up is building a common vision, right? So what is needed is not only putting individual projects in place, and you need a lot of portfolio management, right? What you have on your agenda, right? This is an amazing list of projects that you need to link together and coordinate, and there is a lot of portfolio management on that end. But in order to raise the awareness, I think that's about creating a common vision, right? Involving society and then whoever is wants to be part of that to create and understand, raise this awareness that change needs to happen, that it's not just incremental, that it's just not a step to the left or to the right, but this is substantial, right? And that requires that there is a lot of discussion, of debate, also raising opportunities for the conflict, right? You can't just put that under the carpet. This will blow it up at one point in time. So you make it transparent. You need to use this conflict to understand where you can turn that into something for the good, and you can use that for creating some synergies or address it properly, right? So it's not about trying to avoid these conflicts, but you can't. There will be many, I guess, on your way in the next years. But still creating a vision, letting people be part, voicing their concerns to something where they then paint a picture where there is some new, or is something in for them for a higher quality of life and whatever it is that they would like to achieve for their lives.
I think the last one. So, okay, thank you. So Thomas Anderson, Sweden. Let me first thank you for two really great presentations, and the consistency is very impressive as well. Between the lines, Mayor, when you commented on the government and so on, the policymakers, so there is some concern that you flagged. I also found it very interesting, your remarks about the current situation in the European context, and whether we will go one way or the other. So we know that we are faced with tremendous challenges that are partly political, that have to do with the media. You know, there are a lot of fake news around that spread, and there are short-term reactions, and of course major concern on part of the population. Energy prices are going up, and you know, the winter is arriving, and all of that, and that feeds back into policy. Being from Sweden, we've seen a new government coming into office of a kind that we haven't seen before. So how do we actually navigate that landscape? How do we get to dominate with the kinds of messages and the participation that you mentioned? How do we overcome all the other noise and all the other disturbances in the system? I realize it's not easy, but yes, please.
If I give it, it's a quite difficult question, and this is one of the big problematics that I think we see. Depending on what kind of government you have, it is more attuned to understanding this complexity and being able to deal with it than others, right? So I think we see different governments coming up that are interested and willing to take up this challenge, and some are less because they maybe want to go for a more simple answer. So and maybe listening less to what science is telling, like the temperature stripes, right? This is just stating the obvious and the facts. So I think this is something that we need to deal with. And the question is if the good practice cases of countries that are embarking on this new change, and that are with cities and governments investing in that and creating the example that it is possible, right? That they get at some point attractive enough that others may follow, even if it's not their first choice, right? But it's a very important aspect to keep in mind, and quite a risk, I would say.
I agree with you, of course. We say that all things are they have an ideology base or a political base, and that's the case. But there are some things that they transcend politics, they transcend ideologies. And this, saving our planet is something which should transcend any political approach or any ideological approach. Of course, this is not easy to say that, but as we see more and more of this phenomena, of the negative of the phenomena of climate change, which affect each and every one country, and as we see the positive, let's say, results of solutions that help people have a better life, I think this is a pressure that will be put on governments and let's say stakeholders and political organizations who are not willing to pace themselves with the pace of the rest of the world. it's not an easy thing. It's an extremely difficult thing. And this is the value of these alliances here. I mean, the stronger the alliance is, the stronger the networking is, the stronger the pressure it is for everybody to conform with this, let's say, imperative need of the planet.
I think it was not planned, but we apply what we what we say, that it's not linear. So we adjusted the program because there was an opportunity of discussing. We have a very short video about, I was mentioning the USolve project. It will be presented in one of the parallel sessions, but just to give you in the plenary an idea of what we are doing, because it's very close to what is in the DUT perspective, and very close to what the city of Limassol is doing. This project is about creating a process of open innovation in urban communities to face the sustainable development challenges. And the way we are proceeding is to try to leverage creative energy. So it's about selecting ideas, business ideas, but related to the creative industry, and try to bring this new energy into the process to try to shift behaviors. So it's mostly about what you both said, that the challenge is about people and the way people think, practice they do, the solutions they use, and the way they feel as owners of this process. And we are trying to wrap this concept in a couple of also video communication. So this is just an inspiration for this for our works to see how different people are talking about the energy transition. So activists, politicians, practitioners, and how also students, and how art and creativity can help. So it's just to put this into the process and see what happens.
Η ενεργειακή κρίση απασχολεί την ειδησιογραφία σε τεράστιο βαθμό και είναι πολλές φορές και
There is a mistake in the subtitles.
στην ατζέντα της επικαιρότητας για όλα τα μέσα μαζικής
ενημέρωσης. I think that we messed up with Greek on Greek.
Η προσπάθεια αντιμετώπισης της ενεργειακής κρίσης ή η δημιουργία κοινής γραμμής πλεύσης των κρατών μελών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Just give me a moment, please. I'm sorry for this mistake.
Yeah. We have to translate in parallel, which is not exactly what we want.
Just give me a moment. I think we might not be able to find the English subtitles version.
I think we had even the previous one. I mean, the previous version was in English, the one we saw a few days ago. So we can use that one.
Let's check.
I mean, the one I saw in, I think in Vimeo was okay.
Here it is. Just a few seconds. It's Halloween, so it was Halloween. Now there's no sound.
Well, yeah, we can make it after the break. We can make the break, you fix, and we are back before the breakout rooms. I think it's better.
Okay, sure. all, I would like to apologize for the video mishap. It should be okay now. Before we split up to each of us parallel session, we will play the video, but just to explain how the sessions in which rooms will be taking place. So everyone who will be delivering a presentation or who might be interested in participating in a session that it's closer to their interests, can join the parallel session. So people who are part of the track A will be staying here in this room, and they will be presenting here. People who will be who are in track B or who might be interested in the topics of track B can join the room opposite this room here, the seminar room opposite here, and the track C, anyone who will be taking part in track C or who might be interested in track C, we will help you to go to the Star C building, which is 2 minutes from here, and we have a conference room set up there for you to deliver your presentations and follow the presentations. Also, at 1 o'clock, we will have lunch. So we'll be meeting back here in the foyer room for lunch. And I will also like to let you know that we will have a Pecha Kucha session during the lunch break. So the Pecha Kucha is a bit of a fancy name. It's just a type of presentation, very short presentation. Basically, we wanted to give people who were not able to deliver a presentation or to talk a little bit about their project ideas, we wanted to give them an opportunity to present their ideas to the conference participants. So we've arranged this session, which will be taking place, as I said, during lunch break, during the last 20 minutes of the lunch break, Fabio. So it will be taking place here. It's going to be very interesting, and it might be helpful for you if you want to connect with someone who has a project that they are running or a project in their pipeline who you might be involved in or that you might want to learn more about. So Fabio, play the video.
Η ενεργειακή κρίση απασχολεί την ειδησιογραφία σε τεράστιο βαθμό και είναι πολλές φορές και πολύ συχνά η πρώτη είδηση στην ατζέντα της επικαιρότητας για όλα τα μέσα μαζικής ενημέρωσης, ειδικότερα όταν υπάρχουν θέματα προς συζήτηση όπως είναι η προσπάθεια αντιμετώπισης της ενεργειακής κρίσης ή η δημιουργία κοινής γραμμής πλεύσης των κρατών μελών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για αντιμετώπιση της ενεργειακής κρίσης, κάτι που δεν είναι πάντα εύκολο.
The most important thing to do in energy policy, it's first of all to make sure that people need less energy.
One of the solutions that we can put forward and promote is the concept of energy communities. Energy communities are basically a group of people. It could be a local authority, but it could be just a group of people staying close to each other, installing renewable energy. In Cyprus, that would be mostly solar energy, and having total control of their consumption and production. In Cyprus at the moment, we have passed the legislation, but we don't have the regulatory framework to implement energy communities. So this is a big deal. If we manage to do it as soon as possible and give power to the people, we will be able to manage a lot of the issues that the energy crisis is bringing forward.
One of the big issues and responsibilities that we undertook as a member country of the European Union is to energy upgrade our public buildings. Also, we ought to have a much more efficient system of promoting and helping people to upgrade their houses.
Right now we work with vulnerable groups for installing solar panels. That's through a government-funded plan that we are offering more assistance. We also have a department that deals with renewable energy. So we are renovating 25 schools in Cyprus to be near zero carbon.
Συνηθίζω να λέω ότι χρειάζονται 4 πυλώνες, η απεξάρτηση από τα ορυκτά καύσιμα και κυρίως το μαζούτ, από το οποίο εξαρτώμαστε αυτή τη στιγμή, η ενίσχυση της εξοικονόμησης ενέργειας, η προώθηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και η προστασία της φύσης.
Σίγουρα πιστεύω πως τα άτομα της γενιάς μας είναι πιο ευαισθητοποιημένα, γιατί η τεχνολογία παίζει μεγάλο ρόλο, το ότι που μικροί είμαστε μπορούμε να δούμε και να μάθουμε εκτός από τους γονιούς μας.
Οι καλλιτέχνες προσεγγίζουν το θέμα της ενέργειας και της κλιματικής αλλαγής εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Χρησιμοποιούν την τέχνη ως ακτιβιστικό εργαλείο πάρα πολύ για να μεταδώσουν μηνύματα, για να βρουν και λύσεις.
Όσον αφορά τη μετακίνηση, θα ήταν καλύτερο να υπάρξουν περισσότεροι ποδηλατόδρομοι.
I think what we can all do as human race is to educate ourselves. A lot of the solutions are within ourselves and within our own communities and within our plots and within our own resources. So having that conversation and education is essential to changing how things are right now in my mind.
So this was our video. Track A here, track B in the room opposite, and track C, you can meet us outside the building here, and we will take you to the building. And we meet again.
So before we then go into the lunch break at 1 p.m., we will take a group picture outside of the building. So everyone, before you go to eat lunch later on, please meet us first to take one picture while we're all dressed up for the first day. Okay? Thank you.
As important topic in transport, let's say, modal movement, the energy efficiency of buildings, and also for the talk about how we can charge all these electric vehicles. Yeah, but and finally we have a third speaker, Markku Hahtinen, coming from University of Applied Science Savonia from Finland. Markku has a large experience working for industry, but he's now also a lecturer professor at the University of Applied Science, and he's a manager for research and education there. And he will talk about a little bit on energy storage, long-term storage. As we know now, climate change will cause more energy needs, and we know if we want to rely on the renewable energy, which is abundant in nature, but what we can learn from nature that if we want to move through the periods when there is no so much energy, we need to store it. Yeah, but then it's not an easy task, and that's why we also have this digitalization that will help us. Okay, so every speaker has 20 minutes, then we will take our time maybe from discussion or maybe from lunch, but I will not take time from the speakers because they have 20 minutes. If they want to finish earlier, maybe there will be more questions for more time for discussion. Yeah, okay. Nestor, please, the floor is yours. And we will discuss further. Thank you very much. Okay, so hello everyone. I am Nestor Phylaktos. I belong to the Cyprus Institute, to the department of the EWSE. I'm a researcher here, and I extend a warm welcome to everyone that has come actually to Cyprus to attend this conference. And thank you for Fabio and Brigitte for organizing it and allowing us to showcase a bit of our work. So the title of the presentation about accelerating hydrogen adoption in island locations and isolated energy systems. When I actually sent the presentation title to the organizers, I had I didn't have a question mark there, but I put it actually last night because as you probably will see in the next few slides, maybe a very fast acceleration of adoption of hydrogen in such a location is not such a good idea. So let's go to the basics. Hydrogen is an energy carrier or vector. It's not an energy source because even though it's abundant, we cannot really have it flowing around in nature. We have to manufacture it. It's a chemical vector, unlike electricity. It's easy to store relatively. It doesn't have to be flow-based, which means we don't have to constantly match supply and demand as an electricity-only system. The conversions generally are of high efficiency. However, there are many conversions that need to happen from fuel to electricity, typically which has many steps in between, and that reduces considerably the life cycle efficiency, and it has a very low volumetric density, which makes it basically prone to occupying a lot of space, basically. It's very energy dense in terms of weight, but not in terms of volume, and that's a problem. You all know that. These are basic things. I will brush through them very quickly. We are mostly, not mostly, but solely interested in what happens in the final one of those. I don't know if the pointer works. Okay, it does. So gray hydrogen is the one that is produced using fossil fuels. Blue hydrogen is the same, but instead of actually letting the CO2 of the resulting process back to the atmosphere, we're storing it underground, typically underground. And green hydrogen happens through the electrolysis of water using renewable electricity. The European Commission is actually using a different nomenclature. They're calling it renewable hydrogen, not necessarily green hydrogen. Very, very briefly again, these are projections for hydrogen according to the IEA's net zero emission scenario up to 2050. Today we are there. We're mostly using hydrogen derived by fossil fuels for refineries and as a feedstock for fertilizers. But in 2030, 2040, and 2050, the use of hydrogen is projected to grow very, very much, and mostly behind a large expansion happening through green hydrogen, using electricity, renewable electricity. Some of it will also be using CCUS. CCUS is a process basically of carbon capturing and utilization of carbon. For Cyprus, this is not something that is easy to implement. I'll touch on it a bit. Now, as you know, there have been lots of top-down policy measures coming from the European Commission. We have the hydrogen strategy, which was published in 2020, which mandated a certain quota, 40 gigawatts of electrolyzers capacity in the EU by 2030. We also have the Green Deal, the Fit for 55, and the Repower EU, which came out this year as a response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In the Fit for 55, we had set a target for 5.6 megatons of use of hydrogen by 2030. That is a lot of hydrogen, but that was doubled this year for domestic production from the Repower EU, which mandates 10 megatons of domestic production. When I say domestic, I mean within the European Union, and another 10 megatons of imported. That is to replace 50 BCM, that's billion cubic meters of Russian gas, mostly in industries to the north of Europe. This is the hydrogen value chain.
we have the production here, and as I said, we are mostly focusing here on the green part of it, which is the renewable energy plus electrolyzers. But then there's a transformation, if necessary, if we're talking about derivatives, and I'll talk about that in a bit again, transport of hydrogen or the derivatives, and the end uses. This is mostly what we're interested in. The main uses of hydrogen that you usually hear about are those: the steel industry, where you can have DRI steel basically replacing fossil fuels in countries where they have such infrastructure. The chemical industry, that includes producing of derivatives like methanol, but also the petrochemical industry, and refineries. The refineries basically is an easy case because you're using hydrogen there already, and which you can replace with green hydrogen. Also, in other end users, which are closer to us as consumers, is shipping, aviation, passenger cars, rail, trucks, and buses, and also in heating and in power generation. So the rest of the slides, I'm going to be showing a few calculations that we have done under a contract that we have with technical assistance that we have with the government of Cyprus that asks us to provide them some technical support on how the introduction of hydrogen would look like for a place like Cyprus. So we have basically constructed two scenarios. It's actually four scenarios, but for 2030, we have taken two different branches on cautious and aggressive introduction of hydrogen, and for 2050, the same. So the first thing that we have done is to grade the possible end uses for Cyprus. Some of them is quantitative, as you will see. Some of them is, they don't really make the grade to start with. So in let's say the most, the places where we find that it's going to be mostly used is in the green ammonia for shipping in the cement industry, which the cement industry already exists in Cyprus. We have a plant which is part of the ETS. And the second tier or category, we have synthetic fuels for aviation, buses and heavy goods vehicles, ceramics and brick making, which is another industry which is heavy and already existing. And in the third category, these are some of the uses that we don't consider to be relevant for the use of hydrogen in Cyprus, like passenger cars, power generation, or domestic use. There are, obviously, these are topics which we can talk about for a long time for each one of them, but if you have any questions on why we made this decision, we can talk about it later. So I'll be showing here some rough data, not rough, but some data calculations about four of these sectors. The first one is the cement industry, where we have taken these scenarios up there. Basically, there is only a 10% introduction of hydrogen in the cautious scenario and 100% on the aggressive for 2050, but none for 2030, mainly because the technologies are not ready. So even if we made that assumption, it would make sense. The cement industry is responsible for about 8% of emissions globally. The majority of emissions are related to clinker, which is a precursor to cement. Most likely, the route to decarbonize the industry will not be through hydrogen, at least in the short term. Perhaps maybe in the long term. And assuming that no new facility will be built, we have based our final demand based on the NCP modeling assumptions. The NCP stands for the National Energy and Climate Plan, which we are the modeling partners of the government. So we have data projections that go all the way to 2050 for various sectors of the economy. So what we have found is that this is the hydrogen cost. For the 10% penetration in 2030, 51% goes to the generation, 48% would go to the electrolysis, and just 1% on the BOP, because there we made the assumption that we will not be doing any wholesale changes to the whole value chain of cement production in Cyprus. But in 2050, these percentages change. There's a slightly larger up there for the new infrastructure that will be required. But as you can see, most of the cost that goes into transforming such an industry goes into the renewable energy production and electrolysis infrastructure. Here we assume that the generation happens through PV, even though if we do that through other renewables, we will find similar results, but PV generation, electricity production through photovoltaics in Cyprus makes more sense because of the climate and of the relatively low wind potential. Same thing with green ammonia. Green ammonia is a derivative of hydrogen, so it's not used directly, so you have to convert hydrogen to ammonia first through a process called Haber-Bosch, and this is basically the process roughly down there. You'd have to use electrolysis as the normal way that we have been discussing for the last few minutes, but also separate nitrogen from air through an air separation unit, and using this chemical process to produce ammonia, and then use this bunkering fuel. So the discussion here is not about ammonia as a cargo fuel, so we're not being exporting ammonia to other countries for use as fertilizers, but just using ammonia in marine ships. So the main takeaway is that ammonia-powered engines are not yet market ready. There will be some appearing at the end of 2024. We assume some maturity in 2030, and a lot more in 2050. Ammonia itself is not as dense as hydrocarbons. Its handling is dangerous, but the shipping industry is experienced in dealing with it because, as I said, it's used as cargo already, not in Cyprus though. So these costs look a little bit more gloomy because we have here a cost of about 1 billion euros for doing the aggressive scenario for 2030, which is just 10% of replacing the existing hydrocarbon demand that we have. And going to 80% for 2050 results us in infrastructural and generation costs for a bit over 4 billion. That is not insignificant, considering the fact that the GDP of Cyprus is a little bit over 10 billion a year. For buses and road freight transportation, this is there's a bit of a differentiation between public transportation and road freight. This is the assumptions that we have used. Again, the NSP modeling assumptions for both sectors, they take account the cost of refueling infrastructure, not of stores and transportation, which wouldn't make that much of a difference. Even though fuel cell trucks do exist, they do not exist yet. Buses exist, but trucks do not exist. They will be available for both 2030 and 2050. They may actually come to the market quite soon. So the size of the investment, which is this one, raises the question whether the stability of hydrogen is a good idea in a place of Cyprus with small distances in general, and if it would be better to go down the direct electrification route using battery electric vehicles. So the infrastructure cost requirements for this, for buses and road freight, would be about 900 million euros for the 2030 scenario. And as you can see up there, about 1.1 billion in 2050 for making all these changes for just 50% of penetration in both sectors. And finally, this is the even less likely out of those because it requires the conversion of renewable hydrogen into e-fuels, into electric kerosene, basically. It's a fuel that would be used for direct use in aircraft. Here are the assumptions that we're making based on some modest increase in demand for air traffic in Cyprus. The good thing about going through the e-fuel route is that it doesn't assume wholesale changes in its fleet, meaning that the aircraft would still be using the same technology as they do now. But as opposed to, for example, using compressed or liquefied hydrogen, which is some of the other ideas that are floating around. But the source of CO2 for such a conversion is a huge uncertainty for a place like Cyprus. It could be DAC, like direct air capture, but this is a low TRL technology and very expensive for the time being. It may become relevant, but it's not for now. We could go down the biomass or biogas carbon capture route. For the biomass especially, it's problematic because there isn't so much biomass availability in a place which is semi-arid. And the biogas is probably not going to be too much or not going to be enough to power the aviation sector. This is a major hurdle if we want to go down that route. We could actually marry that through a different industrial process that has CO2 captured and use it indirectly as feedstock for the formulation of feed kerosene. But first of all, it isn't enough. And secondly, you are not really doing something for the environment because the CO2 is basically recycled from one industry to another and it ends up in the atmosphere again. And it also gives the wrong signal of non-decarbonization. The costs here are enormous. for 2030 and 2050, as you can see, the infrastructure that will be required for the overnight investment for 2050 takes us almost to 10 billion euros for 2050. That is a lot of money and something that to consider. So overall, this is how things look according to the scenarios that I have just shown you. These are overall about 370-something thousand tons of hydrogen required in 2050 and a bit over 50,000 tons of hydrogen in 2030, according to the scenarios I just showed. Most of it is ammonia and e-fuels, two economic sectors crucial for Cyprus. The overall amount of hydrogen is a lot, but you have to consider, if you compare that to the few slides I showed in the beginning, that the 20 megatons, which for 2030 for Europe, is a much, much bigger amount of hydrogen compared to that. However, this is what a PV system size would have to look like to power all these scenarios. We're talking about the 2050 aggressive scenarios. Now we will have the deepest penetration. That's the bubble there is the existing PV capacity of Cyprus right now, 335 megawatts. It's expected to grow, even though they are constrained to the grid to do that. This would be for 2030, and this would be, which is actually 5 times bigger, and this would it could be around between 50 and 100 million cubic meters of water. The overall picture in terms of investments, this is a scale on millions of euros, which basically means that these are billions, would be just under 6 billion euros for the 2030 and around 16 billion for 2050. Again, big investments. So overall observations after these brief results. Small isolated energy systems without a robust industrial base are a less favorable case for rapid and deep hydrogen deployment. Depending on solar potential, and we have actually quite a lot of it here, a direct electrification of many of those sectors will actually be a better idea. Some end users are not suitable for systems like that, and not suitable in general, I would argue, like road passenger cars, especially given the fact that electrification of road passenger vehicles has come leaps and bounds in the last few years. There are other areas, however, like industrial clusters or the maritime sector, which are more appropriate and should be looked into in more detail. We are doing the first presentation of data here. We will be delivering a report to the national authorities shortly with more detailed calculations. One idea that I want to mention before I close is the hydrogen valleys. It has been mentioned a lot, especially in Northern Europe. Hydrogen Valley is a defined geographical area where hydrogen serves more than one sector's applications in mobility, industry, and energy. Basically, you sector, you pool, you cluster in together generation and potential users in order to save the regulatory hurdles, infrastructure, and transportation, and storage. It makes a lot of sense. This is the vision, and the European Commission is actually putting a lot of resources behind that initiative. There isn't one in Cyprus. We have to think whether it's a good idea to do that in order to attract European money and cluster all these possible end uses together. So high-level conclusions. We have to focus on the sectors that can be decarbonized with hydrogen, industrial units of high temperature, shipping, and perhaps aviation, with the caveats shown in the slides before. Hydrogen valleys and generation industrial classes appear to be the optimum entry routes. Direct electrification is often the better choice for most applications. And of course, we need to have the regulatory framework that should mature, which right now is not where it should be. Thank you very much. I don't know how I'm doing with time. If we have, yeah, okay.
We can take some time from discussion, and if there is any important issue now that you would like to ask, you may ask. If not, we will then, okay, we get to there.
It's not necessary for me.
Last week we had an event for energy-intensive industries and how they can decarbonize or become 100% renewable last week, and we had this discussion about hydrogen use and electrification versus electrification, and you know, the conclusion was that maybe we need both, depending, and you showed it very, very nicely. What are the advantages or disadvantages for both? So, and then you also showed cement industry, which is one of these energy-intensive industries. So it's definitely because it accounts for so much of the energy that this industry needs to decarbonize first. Maybe that's a good route for hydrogen. So just an observation from me.
Okay, thank you. Well, the cement industry, however, may appear on paper to be an easy, like a low-hanging fruit, but it's not. The picture is a bit more complex than that, because there are chemical properties in hydrogen that are not really compatible with the process that we already have, and there will have to be a redesigning of the burners and the processes in the cement industry. And the costs that I'm showing here are tentative. They are just projections based on international literature, and we may find in reality that it isn't such a good idea, and we find other ways like high temperature heat pumps, or I don't know what could be, that could drive us there faster and cheaper than actually going down the hydrogen route. And I think I saw one more. Yeah.
Yeah, there are two, but just important things. You'll ask a question in discussion. Okay.
Thank you very much. Very, very relevant topic. But my question is, wouldn't it be more urgent to change electricity production here in Cyprus? I had just a look today at the electricity mix. It's 470 grams CO2 per kilowatt hour electricity, and more of 50% is from crude oil power plants. So I think this is the big topic here, and that in combination with power storage pumps, so pump storage, hydrogen, not hydrogen, hydropower pumps. You have high mountains here in Cyprus. So how do you assess the impact of the different measures? What should be done first, going to hydrogen or going to green electricity?
Oh, it's green electricity by far. I would say that it's the. it makes much more sense. It's actually not just 50%. It's the percentage of using basically bunker fuel in power generation here is closer to 80-something%. It's a combination between heavy fuel oil and diesel. Yeah, this needs to happen first. And there are, okay, the background is that there are a lot of applications for PV, and there's penetration of renewables happening quite fast. It's just that the system was designed at a time when it wasn't really, you know, it was based around consumers, and now the grid is not able to cope with that, and the local monopoly is doing its best, as far as we know, to upgrade all the lines in order to introduce more renewables. However, this doesn't change the fundamental issue of burning this fuel, and this would be absolutely the first thing to do, together with the electrification, the direct electrification of end user sectors. The first one being the transportation sector, which is 50% responsible for the emissions of this country. Now, considering the storage, pumped storage is discussed. Obviously, there is also, I think, one such project in our own modeling calculations. The problem with Cyprus is it doesn't really have that much water. You may have mountainous areas, but the availability of fresh water for doing pumped storage is relatively restricted. So it has to be seen with caution. One thing that I didn't mention in the presentation, I did that on purpose, but since you mentioned it, is the the application of hydrogen as seasonal storage, because it's also discussed. Because it's a liquid fuel, it can be stored and can be used, because in Cyprus we have about 4 times gap between the peak demand, which happens in the summer because of the heat and the influx of tourists, and periods like now where you have the lowest demand. So it's about 350 as the lowest demand and 1.1 gigawatts. So there's a big gap. So the idea is to have renewables actually producing at times like these, to produce hydrogen, store it somewhere and use it when you have to. There are 2 issues with that. Where are you going to store the hydrogen? This needs user geological formation that we don't have. There aren't any indications that actually there is such a, usually salt caverns basically, or depleted hydrogen reservoirs. We have none of those. And the second is, even if you have the hydrogen stored, then how would you convert it back to electricity? Because you either have to pump it through, blend it through a natural gas network, which we don't have, or you have to use it directly. And that requires hydrogen turbines, which don't exist yet. So all these things are so uncertain for the time being. This is why I left it out on purpose.
Okay, thank you for this. Do you have this urgent question?
If you will forget it, then you can ask. No, thank you. No, but just that, as you already flagged, the cost estimates here looking ahead are highly uncertain.
Yeah.
I mean, we are in a very early stage of the green hydrogen development, and the German electrolyzers and all of that, very high cost. So could you just say something about the robustness of your, let's say that we do have significant technological breakthroughs, could that change the outlook, bring down the costs much faster than we expect today?
Well, I've used learning rates based on international literature on these, on the cost of electrolyzers and the cost of generation. So I have fair confidence on these numbers. But of course, we haven't done scenarios based on different, let's say, learning rates. If, for example, electrolyzers or generation costs fell dramatically, then the picture would change. But to the best of our knowledge for the time being, this is the closest we can estimate for the immediate future. I'm not saying hydrogen is a bad idea, not at all. It's just that in locations like Cyprus, there are many differences to what the usual application would be in high temperature industries that Cyprus doesn't have. And it doesn't have a natural gas electricity network, for example, natural gas network. So it makes it suitable only for a few selected sectors. And if we wanted to decarbonize faster and cheaper, probably it's a better idea to go through the direct electrification and cleaning up our electricity grid. That's the main message.
Okay, thank you, Nestor. Now we will go to the second presentation, and thank you.
Thank you.
Gregor, the floor is yours. Please, be in time, like 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gregor Papa, and I'm coming from the Josef Stefan Institute, and in particular, a computer systems department. So my presentation will be, my presentation will be more orthogonal to what you heard today so far, and probably what you will be hearing. But nevertheless, I will try to present you what a computer science can do and already did to support all these solutions that were presented, that you will see, and so on. And instead of boring you with some algorithms, I will mention the word algorithm, of course, but I'll not go into details. I will try to convince you what we can do by what we already did, either our past projects or running projects or some publications that we already had and so on. So I will not go too much into detail. I'll just show you what the computer science, the advanced computing is capable to do. Okay. Shoot something very open. No thanks. Thank you. Yeah, so just short outline. So I probably do not need to present the urban climate neutrality to this audience. I will also tell you about very generally what advanced computing is, and show it then through, let's say, two sets of cases. So one set of more energy related cases that we did, and the other even a larger set related to city traffic. Okay, I guess you know this picture or similar ones, different sectors of smart cities, and what we actually try to do, or what I expose here in this presentation, were these advanced computing methods, different methods. What we made them is mostly on the energy side or on the traffic side of this circle or other similar presentations that involve all other aspects of smart cities. Okay, we heard about buildings already today, how to renovate them, how to build them, etc., etc. But from our perspective, it is important, nevertheless, how the building is renovated, how the building is done, that also when we use it, when we are there, so that all the energy requests need to be appropriately served. We need to know when there is a demand for electricity, gas, whatever, and what is available, and so on. So there's a lot of forecasting, to say so. Similarly, in traffic, we can have like nice transportation networks, infrastructures that are safe, convenient, etc. But if the solutions that are about this infrastructure, if we don't have like good solutions for multimodal transportation, if you don't have the let's say responsive traffic signals, then we are kind of far away, because for example, people will not drive where it is, let's say, more economically faster, more environmentally friendly at the moment. They will just decide for one solution. Already mentioned today's cities mission. Will not repeat these facts that were actually presented earlier by the mayor. But yeah, in Slovenia, we have three cities that actually qualified among these selected cities. They are Ljubljana, Kranj, and Velenje. Ljubljana is the capital, just to let you know. And yeah, what will I present today? It's already something that we already started like some time ago, working with Ljubljana. We are just in the, let's say, a little bit more than just initial phase of the discussion with Kranj on some similar aspects, and I'm quite sure and optimistic that we will continue this also with Velenje. But nevertheless, as mentioned also by the mayor, all this, whatever we will do here, like from the perspective of computer science, optimization, and so on, this needs to be transferred to all other cities, as well as in Slovenia, as well as in other countries, of course. About now going to the details, to say so, advanced computing. So it is like a necessity to actually, as I mentioned, for the cities to become less energy intensive, to be less carbon intensive, and so on. You probably heard several times artificial intelligence. It is something that can solve everything. Yeah, probably. But in order to do that, from the very beginning, it is actually it depends what we put into the box of the artificial intelligence. It can namely range from some simple scheduling, allocation techniques, and to towards more advanced optimizations, deep neural networks, other machine learning approaches, and so on, so on. But why? Sorry, why are they needed? Because since we are talking mostly about the cities, we very probably have a lot of complex data structures, big amounts of data, and so on. So when we want to see some interesting patterns in this behavior of data, behavior of people, behavior of even environment, and so on, we need to use one of these techniques, and there are many more, of course, similar that are part of this AI. But these techniques only help us to understand the pattern, to see, oh, well, yeah, that's what's going on, because it's usually hidden, because there's not just a few amounts of, let's say, measurements, but that's much more, and the big picture can be hidden within all this bunch of data. So, and yeah, what we are dealing with, kind of a spatio-temporal domain of data. If I just focus now on the sectors that I mentioned, so it can be like energy demands and energy availability, energy costs, and so on, and much more. And all these are, of course, dynamic parameters, dynamic values. So even if I calculate now what is optimal at this moment, from the energy perspective, it will be very probably different in a few, okay, surely in a few hours, even before, not to mention days, etc. From the traffic perspective, we need to know the current densities, the lane occupancy, and so on. We need to know the weather conditions. We need to know what are the holidays, what are the, I don't know, actions in supermarkets at the end, which can happen that a bunch of people will just go to some supermarket area, etc., etc. Accidents, other events. So all these events are very dynamic, and even from the traffic perspective, I'm pretty sure you all either you are using or try to use some Google Maps to navigate you through either your own city or some other cities. It's very nice, very powerful, but it relies on the current data, which is changing, and you have to calculate all the time what is going on. Of course, you have to calculate what were the historical reasons, so what happened once with similar situation, but then on top of some similar historical reasons, you calculate, okay, now we know what happened, but now it's a little bit different, and very probably it will go into this and this direction. So there's a lot of calculations needed, and of course, without data, we cannot do much. Okay, since I see that time is quite running, I will just quickly show you, mention this paper. It was made back a few years ago. Sorry. When we try to make the kind of an ecosystem model to combine analysis, optimization, and simulation part of the city or even the region, to show how all these computational parts are needed. Of course, there's a lot of other mathematical models and so on. So all that who are the experts in this, let's say, energy, environmental, and other fields, have to build. And then when you have the simulator, but then you have to optimize to find the perfect combination of settings to respond to changing parameters that we can have, and so on. So we presented this solution in this paper that was published in Applied Energy. Something a bit newer is related to forecasting of residential natural gas for buildings, which is very important stuff from the logistics point of view. Yeah, here we just showed that by the use of different machine learning approaches, we can very accurately forecast the usages for 24 hours and even 48 hours in advance, just based on the past gas demand, past temperature, and then based on the forecasted temperature for the next days. And we can very accurately forecast what will be actually the foreseen gas consumption in the buildings. And if I go quickly to transportation problems, of course there are many. We mentioned and focused on a few very problematic ones, at least at the time being. It is one paper 5 years ago at a conference, and they all, more or less, they all rely on the lack of information, on the lack of on-the-fly information. And I will explain a little bit more later on. The latest paper is more or less the overview of what can be done. We are just hearing about the hydrogen, but we made some overview with our colleagues on electric buses, how we can even better penetrate them. There are many buses used around the different European cities, but what we find out that is a problematic, some specific cities, especially in Slovenia, they are quite mountainous, they have quite harsh environment. So not every bus and not every electric bus is appropriate for that region. So we, in our overview study, we actually showed that there is a need to not just to test the bus on a, how I would say, on a very nice flat city next to the some Mediterranean city where the temperatures are more or less equal the whole year. There's not much of the climbs, etc. But there's a need to push the bus producers to also test and to show that the buses are useful in the cities like in Slovenia, like in Austria. We practically do not have like flat areas in none of the cities. And yeah, when it comes to this stuff, it is very important to know what the buses can really do. And one of the latest paper, which is not yet the paper, we are just waiting for the acceptance. So hopefully in the next event, I'll be able to report this as a paper, is the forecasting of traffic density. It is just, as I mentioned, it is very important to be able to predict something based on the past data and based on the current situation, which considers weather, road events, etc., etc. So just for example, here we can see how our system is capable for an amount of few days to actually the difference between the actual and the predicted situation. It's very well, of course, there are always peaks because you practically cannot just forecast that there will be like 3-4 additional cars going through some street. But what we showed is that these machine learning methods that we are using, we are not just the users of machine learning and other algorithms, we are also developing, we are modifying them. So it is not that we just took some toolbox, some developed model or whatever. We update the architecture, we update all the settings, the amount of layers, etc., the amount of nodes, and so on. So we have very good knowledge from this architectural computer science point of view on the algorithms, and then we can very well adapt them to be useful in such cases. And like the last issue is the conductor project, something that started yesterday. We are part of the consortia in this Horizon Europe project. Actually, we are co-coordinating the project, being actually the technical coordinator. And the main point of this is actually, if I just focus here on this objective to build in some upgraded traffic and fleet management system with a direct influence on reduced energy consumption and reduced emissions in the city, mostly by the use of autonomous vehicles. And hopefully we will have some nice results, although also due to all these latest crises, health, economic, energy, etc., there might be some reduced amount of autonomous vehicles as it was planned like a year or two ago when we started to think about this project. But nevertheless, we are optimistic. Just as a summary, whatever we can obviously do a lot with algorithms. We can predict everything, to say so. But as long as we have relevant data, enough data, good data, this also means good data is not only that we know how the traffic flows are going on in the city. We also have to have bad situations. If we don't have the records of bad situations, then we cannot actually predict them in the future, because we do not know what happened that led us to the bad situations. And of course, what we already have or we are capable to adapt are the appropriate algorithms. And just what I have to put on, not just to have, I'm happy to put this on, yeah, our financiers, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gregor, for being on time. As I said, if there is an urgent question that you will forget until the discussion, you can ask now. No? Okay.
Thank you. On which level do you actually change the landscape of a city? Like, do you actually, if you see on a certain spot, there is always traffic, do you expand the road or build more parking spots near a mall?
Yeah. Okay. It is not us to do that, but with our support, with our simulations, our calculations, we suggest to the city mayor or whatever institution is responsible for this, okay, there should be like extended road, additional park and ride spaces, and so on. Yeah.
Okay.
So we are those who actually confirm that with calculations, simulations, that there is a need for extended road.
Okay, and you are already starting to, like in Ljubljana, is it already starting to change the city?
That's a different story. What was already mentioned here. You also, it's not enough to have the computational power, you have to have political will. And that's not always hand in hand. But at least, okay, they are aware, they support us, but again, there's some threshold about the political will. At the end, also the finances, of course. But yeah, so at least we did our job, to say so. Now it's upon the others to actually to realize it.
Okay, thank you, Gregor. It's a long way from simulation to action, but this is something that we are trying to do. Thank you. Then, Marco, can you make presentation, and then we will see about the discussion time. Yeah.
Oh, we can start this. Okay. Is it this one? Yes, and the presentation. Yes, okay, and how this works. Yes. Okay. Okay, hello and greetings from Finland. When I left home, it was -2 degrees, so it's nice to be here in warm Okay, I'm working in the University of Savonia University of Applied Sciences as a manager of education and research and development, innovation, and here is the energy cluster logo there, and I'm also director in that energy cluster which we have formed there, and these cases I will tell you, they are mainly such that our companies are interested about them, and that's why I have chosen them. And this is the content of the presentation, shortly about the energy production in Finland nowadays and future, and then something about this possible energy, long duration energy technology possibilities which are available at the moment. And here is Finland on the map, and North Savo is the region where I'm coming from. It's in the central Finland, a little bit east from central, but there it is. And the main actors in this energy cluster which we have formed is our University of Applied Sciences, Savonia, and then University of Eastern Finland and Navitas Regional Development Company. And then we have these 20 industrial companies in energy sectors. Their turnover is something like 1,000 million euros. They are manufacturing energy-related products, and earlier they produced mainly coal-fired power plants, and now they are looking for new products, and they have also found them. And this development of new technology products and for energy production, distribution, and storage solutions, that is our main focus nowadays in this cluster and these companies which are involved in our cluster. And this is this carbon neutral strategy, and Finland is focusing to being carbon neutral by 2035, and our region is trying to be carbon neutral a little bit sooner. 2030 is our goal. Okay, and this is the situation of energy, electricity consumption in Finland nowadays. So it's something like 12,000 megawatt is the peak load in Finland nowadays, and in summertime it's half of it, and it regulates daily according to the consumption, and this is 2018 this figure, and then we have the wind energy production capacity, something like 2,000 megawatt, and it varies like this. So, and when I studied in 70s, I learned to design this energy production capacity according to the energy consumption, and so that there are these baseload power plants, nuclear power plants, and coal-fired power plants, and then peak load power plants, which are using when in the winter times, so that the electricity, the production was designed based on the consumption, And nowadays the situation is changed totally, so that it's okay. No. Okay, but this is the situation, so that Finland is trying to become a carbon neutral country, and this is the present how we produced our electricity 4 years ago actually, and how it looks like after 10 years. So what will change is the wind energy. It was 4 years ago, it was 2 megawatt, now it's 2 gigawatt, now it's 4 gigawatt, and it will be grow to 20 gigawatt. And in terawatt hours, that means that we will produce 10 years, then in 2030, we will produce half of our electricity with wind turbines, and it's something like 60 terawatt hours. We cannot increase water because all our rivers are harnessed. Nuclear power plant, we are taking 1 unit into operation at the moment, and it will increase that. We are stopping use of coal-fired power plants, condensing power plants, and so what will be really change is that we will take this wind turbines, and it will have a significant role in our energy production. And you know that this is the actual how for example, this August wind energy production changes in August. So sometimes it's produced maximum, and after some hours it doesn't wind at all, and it goes to the bottom and then rise up. And so how we handle this kind of situation, it affects the electricity price, so that the electricity price alter very significantly based on if there is windy or not. And here we see that also that how it is thought that our wind power plant capacity will rise from present value to the 20,000 megawatt. These are the existing power plants we have in West Coast, and these are those which are under preparation at the moment. And one curiosity is that you say that we have this long Russian border. There isn't any wind turbines, because wind turbines, they disturb the army radar system, so that it's not allowed to build any wind turbines. And based on the Ukraine situation, it's more important, I think, that at least they think so. Okay, and this is the situation that earlier we planned the energy production capacity based on the consumption, but now we will have the situation that we will produce electricity much more than what is the consumption here sometimes, and then some hours we doesn't produce wind energy at all. So how we balance the consumption and production in future, that is the main question. We can, of course, balance it a little bit with water power plants which we have, but the capacity of all our water power plant is only 3 gigawatts. So, and the difference in wind turbine capacity production is 20,000 megawatts. But anyway, this is the situation. This is the biggest river in Finland, Kemi River in North Finland, and it's produce 25% of our water electricity. And here you see that how the water flows there normally. This is the capacity. There is blue line, and when the snow melt in spring, then there is a enormous flood, and this amount of water should be. It can't go through the turbines. It goes past the turbines, but otherwise it is so that these power plants operate with 50% capacity, and this could be used so that sometimes they are producing at all, and then they produce with 100 capacity. So this is how it has been used earlier. This and can be used also in the future, but it's not enough. And here are these other possibilities to store energy, these long duration energy storage technologies, and our cluster companies are used and are interested mainly on this area here. So there is our lithium-ion batteries. They are for small storage time and small capacity, but these technologies which our companies are using and developing, they are for very large capacity and longer storage time. This water pumped hydro energy storage or pumped hydro power plant is the all installed long duration energy installations. It's represents something like 95% of worldwide storage. So it's the commercial technology, and it requires this, that we have this upper reservoir and lower reservoir, and when we want to produce electricity, we let the water flow through this pipe, through this turbine, and produce electricity. And when we have cheap electricity, then we can pump it back to this upper reservoir. And actually, there isn't any that kind of installation in Finland, but this is the first one which we are building, and it is built in the old mine near our region. Pyhäsalmen mine. The mine is so that it's 1.4 kilometer long mine, and they are building there this pump hydropower plant, so that they build here the lower reservoir, and here is the upper reservoir, and they can use these transportation tunnels for constructing purposes, and so that's why they have selected this place. The power is 75 megawatt. The pipe is only 1 meter diameter, because the height is so long then, and the capacity is 550 megawatt hour, and investment is something like 125 million, and this is some kind of specific number with which we can compare different technologies. And this is quite cheap. This pumped hydropower plants, 200 euro per kilowatt hour is the specific investment typically. Efficiency is 77%, so water turbine have something like 90% efficiency and pump something like 85%, so totally 77%. What is the time? Okay, then I said very shortly about this, that this is how our district heating companies are using, are balancing their production based on the electricity price, so that they have built in the district heating network a storage tank, and then they can produce electricity so that it's independent from the district heating need, and they can produce electricity when electricity price is high, and put the surplus district heat to the tank, and when situation is different, then they take heat here and they didn't produce electricity, and this kind of tank installation, its payback time is only 2 years roughly. This tank is in Kuopio, and this is how they use it, and there are almost in every bigger town this kind of tank, and this is a very large sensible heat storage installation in Vaasa, and then here they can here are old oil canvas altered to sensible heat storage tank, and they can storage the surplus energy in summertime there and use it in the winter time. And this thermochemical energy storage is something which we developed and based on the, so that we have some compound, and if we heat it, it separates to 2 compounds, and if we put them together, then we receive heat. So this kind of storage system is under development, and this is the Sumitomo's solution, and they have tested in 100 kilowatt, but 1 megawatt pilot plant is on the building, and this is how it can be used in power plants, so that normally we burn fuel and air, and they react in the boiler, but we can use also these thermochemical energy storage materials same way in this boiler and produce electricity, produce heat for electricity production, and the compound, which is not in this case flue gas, it's storage heat, and when cheap electricity is available, then we can separate it and to the different tanks. But this is our testing facility where we make this kind of test for these thermochemical energy storage systems. But this is which I like to tell you, because you say that you don't have water here, and this is the liquid air energy storage system which Sumitomo has developed, and that is very suitable for energy storage. Depending you have water or you don't have mountains, you can put this kind of energy storage system everywhere. And the idea is that first air is compressed 50 bar, then it's cooled to minus 150 degrees, and it is liquefied. Release the pressure so that it's here in 5 bar, and when energy is needed, then this liquid is pumped. It evaporates with the surrounding heat and goes through the turbine and produces electricity. So here are these charge, storage, and discharge phases. And this is how it looks like. And they have built one in England and one is under construction in Chile. And this investment is €300 per kilowatt hour. Efficiency is a little bit less than pumped hydropower plant, but the advantage is that this kind of system can be built everywhere, and this is a commercial technology. Okay, we are also interested in notes about this power to X production and how we can wind power in electrolysis produce hydrogen, and we receive oxygen, and this oxygen can be used in oxycombustion, and we have companies in our cluster who are specialized in carbon capture technology, and these are those companies, and they are looking for their role in this value chain system. And this is the first case which we are now examining. This is the municipal waste incineration plant in North Savo, and they are planning to first separate this bio-waste from other waste and then make biomethane from this bio-waste, but they are also now examining to take carbon capture and utilization technology, this CO2 from flue gases, and with synthetic and produce synthetic methane with hydrogen and produce biomethane and synthetic methane. So this is now this kind of pre-feasibility study is going on in our region. So more information there, and if there are questions, please.
Thank you. Now, I would like to thank all the presenters for being on time, because they used just 20 minutes and we spent like 8 minutes on discussion. But according to simulation and planning, we should be finished now, you know. So now I have a power to keep the presenters here for 15 minutes, but if there are any hungry people in audience, or you don't like your food served cold. Okay, so there will be some food. So I would like, okay, I would like to invite presenters to form the panel. Please take your chairs and sit here, and I will try to ask the audience to start the discussion at least for 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, so now we can start discussing after this quite informative presentations. And what I like in Marco, in your presentation, that you presented all these possibilities, but also you mentioned that they are now in some kind of demonstration phase, or you already have companies that are constructing this. So I would like to...
you mean this thermochemical energy?
No, but in any type of the storage technology, you mentioned that there is some demonstration in Finland. So it seems that you are so efficient in this, let's say,
yes,
moving technology readiness level to...
Yes, it is so that this company, it was earlier Foster Wheeler, nowadays it's Sumitomo, which has the factory in our city Varkaus. They are very very much focusing on this. They were early making these coal-fired power plants, and they are now looking for new applications in this new energy systems. And one of the products is these energy storage systems, and they have this thermochemical energy storage system, and which they have developed. They have one installation built in Sweden, and we have also in our own laboratory this test facility, which I shortly show that we have there this 300 kilowatt fluidized bed boiler where we can test these different materials and for thermochemical energy storage. And one is this calcium hydrogen, and if we separate it to calcium oxide and water vapor, then we can make this kind of thermochemical energy storage process. And the other substance which we are now testing, this just starting to test is the sodium chloride. It's a salt. We separate the salt, sodium and chlorine different, and when we put them together, we will receive in theoretically it can produce 3000 degrees centigrade temperature when these two compounds are compound together. So this is one reaction which we are now testing. But I think that this liquid air energy storage system which Sumitomo has in their portfolio, that is the commercial technology at the moment, and they have 50 megawatt installation now in England, and one will be built in Chile next year. So this is the situation.
Okay, thank you. So as we heard, I think we have here presentations that will, let's say, somehow describe or that will be major technologies for the energy transition, which is energy storage. We heard about hydrogen and different technologies, but also on digitalization. So do you have any question now for three presenters? Okay, yeah, please.
It seems that
wait for because we have online participation.
Okay. Sometimes it seems that it's not a problem of technology, but a problem of approaching the right people in order to apply the technology. That is the real problem. So in the case of the data management systems, let's say you are developing, and there are a lot of perfect systems, let's say, or nearly perfect systems for, let's say, traffic control in many places of the world. But if the government or the people in the ministries are not interested in applying these technologies, how do you make it in your country? You approach these people and tell them we have this and this technology, because something has to be done in order to save energy, in order to save CO2 emissions and all this. If nobody cares about that, then somebody has to tell these people that there are some technologies there, please apply them.
Yeah, so it is from if we start from the city where usually there's a source of data, yeah, it is quite relatively easy to get the data. So there's no problem with this part. So we can get the data, we can calculate, we can prepare the different applications, services, etc. It is also relatively easy to put into life different than these developed services. I mean, it's quite easy to I think it makes some time to make it, but it's easy to put the mobile app for, I don't know, a prediction of the arrival of buses of the public transportation, for the prediction of the empty spots of the parking spaces, etc., etc. So this is easy to implement because there is only, to say so, the cost of implementation of the software, of the application, etc. So it does not mean that the city has to build something new, some infrastructure to make the wider road, etc. So these are the easy stuff. Then when it comes to some installation of, let's say, information science to direct people's traffic somewhat differently, it is, let's say, moderate difficulty. But when it comes to the solutions that require new roads, wider roads, new bigger parking spaces, then of course something is what we calculate, what we simulate, what we predict that it's really good to be there, but then this needs to go into, let's say, into the hands of other department, the city planning department or country planning department. Say they have to put this into their legislation, all the bureaucratic procedures, and then it's, I'm not saying it stops, it goes very slowly. I don't know if we are like those that calculate, that simulate, or all our community that is the right community, the right persons to push on the politicians. Of course, if we have good arguments, if we have good results, they will listen to us, let's say, quickly. Otherwise, they will just pretend not to hear us. But yeah, I don't know, maybe we would need to have, like in our merged society, also some PR people that will better present all the results, all the needs to those that actually at the end put money on the table and say, okay, we can build this, we can build this street, we can build this energy reservoir, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, it is beyond our reach what we are able to do. It's just about the convincing people. I mean, in our city, we have, in our country and city, we have this year full of elections. So starting previous month, this month, next month, yeah. But at the end, before the elections, nothing happens because there will be elections. Then there are elections, so we cannot do anything. Then after elections, they said, okay, now we have to check what is the situation. We will not do anything for a few months. So and there is a new cycle. There are always some excuses at the end. But I mean, probably the point is in the amount of money that city or the country has.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments from the other? Nestor, no? Yeah.
General comments or?
No, on the topic, yeah, like Gregor said that we need to push, let's say, general population to be maybe more aware, or I don't know, he said the politicians are aware of these results of simulations, but how to push them to take the responsibility, or maybe, you know, we can push them through the people if we make people more aware about this, because also you had quite a good presentation on hydrogen, so with all the economical data, etc. So now, you know, you need to make everyone aware of these results, because in Croatia now hydrogen is everywhere, you know, but you put structure and said, okay, we have the maybe the sectors that are more important, etc. So
it's a difficult it's a topic that cannot be answered outright. There is no one perfect solution. What we have found is that a relationship with policymakers is what makes the most difference. And when I say policymakers, not necessarily the top politicians, which have these cycles of replacement every few years, but technical staff in ministries and in various agencies that understand the topic well and are able to implement policy quickly and effectively. These people are not that many, to be honest, and establishing a fruitful communication with them is one of the main things that we as academics and scientists have to do if we want to influence and help policymakers. The public is, of course, very helpful, but sometimes the public can be led to perceptions which are not necessarily grounded to reality. So I think this is actually what we have found as the main, the most fruitful corridor of action, is to establish a fruitful relationship with policymakers that understand and are able to implement scientific advice on policy.
Okay, thank you for this very important advice. Okay, there were a question. Is it still on? Okay.
Thank you. It's a bit technical, and I mean, it's about the models, about the traffic prediction and the gas consumption. So, yeah. No, for Greg. Yeah, basically, I wanted to understand a bit if there is a possibility of the scalability of these methods between different countries and cities, and what are the requirements behind that? It depends of the amount of training data that are required or evaluation periods.
Yeah, definitely. We cannot transfer the model itself. It's completely different for each city, each country, each city. What needs to be scalable is, first of all, the algorithm, to be able to crunch all the larger amount of data. It is not a nice question or how to answer. What is the needed amount in other city? Just enough would be the perfect answer. As I said earlier, the point is that among all the data, you have, let's say, all possible situations that can emerge. I mean, if there's not something, then you cannot predict this. You cannot have this in model. All possible situations must be included. So if the city is bigger, of course, more just mathematically, more combinations of possible situations can occur, because when something happens here, it might have or might not influence on the other side of the city, and so on. So of course, larger city, more data, etc. But the most important is to get all different situations.
In theory, there is this concept of persistency of excitation in systems, where you try to force the system to go in different operations in order to get enough data. Is it something that can be applied in practice?
Yeah, I mean, in the traffic, of course, there are, for example, a lot of accidents. You can really difficult to force people to just to collide to see what are situations. It's not a nice situation. We just, for example, some colleagues of ours that work on the prediction of the errors of one big production plant. They had like data for a couple of years, but the problem was, and the problem is that when their data, when there some problem occurs, it is on the level of the few million costs per day, because they have to stop that plant, etc., etc. But what is the problem from the data side is that very rarely are able to record this. So they actually do not have the data for the wrong situations, and they cannot predict this. And you're like an, and it's similar for the city. Yeah. I mean, for some cases you can push the system into state that you want, but I mean, each traffic accident, for example, is different, and accidents are not something that you can very easily say. It's just like also the perception of this drills of the rescue workers that every year they try to simulate the accident, but it's never the same. The situation is completely different. It's different if people know that there is an accident or they just know that it's just a drill and such. So the real situations have the real data, and then the predictions can really be accurate enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now the last question, because my time as a chairman is finishing now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So comment, and then we will conclude the session.
Just to comment on the last two questions and the answers. That's essentially, I mean, that I think that both of you were focusing upon the socio-technical dimension of this kind of complex systems, because we are talking about technical infrastructures that are related to what people are doing in the infrastructures and how people are financing, are buying, are trading, are investing on the infrastructure. And I think that the key point of the presentation of this morning from Margaret was about accepting non-linearity and complexity as something we have to deal with. So that means that we cannot really, I mean, I understand that we wish to forecast, we wish to understand everything, we want to drive the system as it is a piece of engineering that you can drive, but it's too complex to drive in that way. What you can do is to try to find where the system is, let's say, somehow sensible, and try to put your energy, your capacity in that point in order to shift the system on another state. And this is, I think, the new way of making politics and economy, that you are not saying, I will invest in this, and this will change the landscape, or you will modify the way, you know, the economic balance is working because you move money from the workers to the capitalistic system, or vice versa. But you try to shift the system by, you know, acting in particular points of the system. And this is what we are discussing today at the end. Does it make sense to invest in a specific way on hydrogen, or should we start from smart infrastructure, or should we deploy storage system, or should we make everything at the same time? I think that, I mean, I don't want to spoil again. This morning I was talking about spoiling, but the keynote at the end, I think, will be about this. So the amount of money we need to make the transformation, which is not affordable in a linear way. So we have to find pieces that are connected, that we can connect each other in order to shift the system and thinking as a system. My opinion is that we should start training, educating people on systems from the primary schools now. We should start studying how systems are working when, I mean, we are kids, 5 years old, and understanding that this is not so easy as changing something that is going linear.
Okay, thank you, Fabio, with this quite nice comment. Would you like to add something to this?
No, just to add on this, yeah. And if we want to be convincing to those people that decide at the end about the money, we have to have like a proof of concept or working power plants, working services for mobility, working hydrogen solutions, etc., etc. If these are working, proved, then they will say, okay, I'll probably invest. But if it is just on the paper, I will go, okay, they come next time.
Yeah, but okay, so there is one last comment. Yeah.
Thank you. So, of course, there's a lot in what you say. And on the other hand, the question is if that will be sufficient. Because, I mean, the world is full of financial resources. With the private, you know, the amount of money that is constantly sort of seeking new positions, new returns in the market is just totally out of balance in the world we live in. And when you look at the now green indices and green bonds and and the ESG investment, and so the green premiums are actually massive. But you know, what is the correspondence in terms of action? There is a tremendous gap. And so how do we get to that? We actually need to find ways of mobilizing other kinds of resources to save the planet, because this is what it's about. And I agree with your observation, it's part of the coin, but the resource, the investment side need to be part of the equation.
Okay, thank you. And I think we can conclude on this. I agree with all the comments that we need to educate people about holistic systems. Yeah, and we didn't touch this integration of all the systems, water, energy, gas, etc. This is something for the future discussion, but let's say that we will have knowledge in the future about this holistic system and approach to, let's say, smart energy or integrated energy systems. And as we heard, there is money out there, so it seems that it's easier to print the money than to get the knowledge. Okay, thank you for being so patient. Thank you for not going on lunch so earlier and having with us. I would just thank to all presenters and have a good appetite. Thank you.
I hope you had a nice lunch break. So now we are entering the second part of the day with this Pecha Kucha session, where we're going to see 3 presentations, very short. The first one, Ichi Pechumachu, that is introducing his topic about waste treatment, and therefore we are going to have other 2 presentations. So thank you very much, and please.
Thanks a lot. I'll get straight to the point. So in Germany, like many other European countries, you have to separate the waste at the source, which means, for example, if you have any organic waste, you need to throw it in this brown color bins. And I work at a waste treatment facility. So what people do is people throw all their organic waste, or they're supposed to throw all their organic waste. It goes into this brown bin. These brown bins are collected by a company and they go at our site, and there we treat it. We usually produce biogas out of it. Now, we generally knew that the organic waste changes in characters depending on the time of the year, but how exactly, that was not available. And as a scientist, I needed numbers. So what we did, we did a year-long sampling where we sampled this organic waste once every 2 weeks. And we looked into different categories, and we find there are 7 categories. So it could be put into food waste, grass, Christmas tree, winter tree leaves, garden, and uncategorized waste, and then non-organic, so material that should not be present. And we are very large facility. We get about 60,000 tons of organic waste every year. Now we know what kind of waste we get, but the biggest surprise for me was this organic waste. And every time when we went for sampling, we look for these fruits, vegetables, and breads. We can characterize it. We can see it and we say that's food. And this was biggest concern for me, because when I see it, I say, okay, this waste on average has spent at least 2 weeks in a bin. And I can still see it. It's perfectly normal. You can eat it. So there's something wrong going on. People spending a lot of money in buying fruits and vegetables and bread, and they are not eating it and just throwing it away. And this accounts to about 6,000 tons of perfectly edible food material that is being thrown away. So that's the biggest take-home message. A lot of other details we have, like how it varies. And currently we are analyzing each fraction, not just for its energy output, but also like what could be the biological compounds of interest that we can extract from it. So thanks a lot. Any short
Thank
question?
you.
Very short. Yeah.
What's the strangest thing you found in the bins?
I found a cat head.
That's disturbing.
Yeah. Thankfully, we have never found a human body or part.
Not yet.
But, not yet, but animals, yeah.
Is it 6,000 tons per year?
Of organic waste. Sorry, of food waste.
Food is per year?
Yes, per year. Yes. We can recognize. That's perfectly edible. So what you throw, what has been decomposed, we can't see. It's just a black mush. We cannot really characterize.
So can you tell us what are your thoughts as per the collection of those 6,000? Because every time I say these things and these numbers for Cyprus as well, they say, what am I going to do with them? I mean, they are almost spoiled and I have to throw them.
Yeah,
what are the ideas that you have?
There's a difference between almost spoiled and spoiled. I think what we can do is we can teach better to the public, to the audience, especially the young ones. We need to make a difference so that when you buy something from a supermarket and it has expiry date, it doesn't mean it's bad. If the expiry date has gone, especially in case of food, we humans have an ability, we can check it, we can smell it and say it's bad or not. That's the biggest, I will say. Like we should be teaching well to the audience. Like, be careful. The dates are for a legal reason, but please use your own judgment that you do with every conspiracy theory.
Thank you very much. It was quite interesting in the UK, this discussion just recently. Let's move to the second Pecha Kucha presentation. Thank you very much. We have Panayotis Papadopoulos that is presenting some outcomes of one of the projects we are running at the Institute. Please, Panayotis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, Collective, it's a EU-funded project. It's actually an innovation action project that uses collective intelligence that comes from nature in order to enable energy flexibility. So, the solution the project offers is actually replacing using existing and legacy equipment in a collaborative network in order to exchange energy between existing buildings and urban energy systems. So the idea and how we can plan to do that. So there will be flexibility requests coming from the grid, communicated to a cluster node, which has some computational power. And this will, the cluster node will be able to generate some signals to a collection of buildings. So this, and so at the building level, will be installed an edge node in which we'll be able to control and monitor the field devices in an intelligent manner in order to address the urgent flexibility requests coming from the grid, and also at the same time maintaining the a good living quality at the buildings. So currently, the project is implemented in 4 European countries, in 4 urban areas, located in Norway, Öresund, Italy, Grenoble, in France, and here in Nicosia, Cyprus. So here are 3 buildings that are located at the Cyprus Institute and taking part to this project. And here it's more or less the architecture that we follow. So currently we installed 3 gateways that are located in each one of these buildings and allow us to monitor and control indoor environmental monitoring devices for monitoring substances like the thermal comfort and indoor air quality. And also, we also installed and replaced with new smart thermostats in order to allow to control the heating equipment that will allow us to provide this energy flexibility to the grid. Also, we develop a user-friendly dashboard that will allow the user to interact and learn from the user side the kind of functionalities that we need to provide to the system. So for more information, there will be a session later on, 1-2C, which will be at the Star C building. And of course, you can visit our website, follow our social media accounts, and of course, contact us in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Panayotis. Time for just 2 questions, if any.
One question is about the feedback on the users' behaviors. I mean, how this can help in letting people have a better behavior.
Yeah, this can help a lot. Actually, we develop post-occupancy questionnaires which we can use to collect the feedback from the user and train algorithms in order to understand the schedules and the utilization of the buildings and how this can be optimized in a manner that will not disturb and not the people, the occupants that are using those spaces.
Are you using it for demand response as well?
Yeah, of course. You can use that as for demand response. You can even do peak shading. And so basically you can think of it, instead of building large facilities in order to store the energy, you can use a low-cost technology that you can apply directly to the building and be able to address the flexibility in demands for the system. And this will increase the penetration of renewables, so at a low cost.
Thank you. Just very quick, we have no time to go too much into details. Basically, the idea is to develop a set of algorithms and hardware solution that will address 5 problems. The first one is energy saving. The second one is stimulating health behavior. The third one is providing energy flexibility according to different schemes locally available in the country. The third one is knowing forecasts, weather forecasts, try to develop some kind of climate resilient methodologies, so inform people, provide messages. And third one is user adaptation. So reinforcement learning algorithm that will try to adapt locally, room by room, to the individual occupants. Thank you very much, Panayotis.
Thank you.
I would now like to call to the stage here Maris Georgiou, that will show us here some developments of the Protea facility. Thank you, Maris.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for giving me these 2 minutes for this quick talk. And I will briefly present the Proteas facility, which is basically the biggest research infrastructure of the island and of the institute. And so basically, Proteas is a platform for research and observation in technological applications in solar energy. As mentioned, it's the flagship infrastructure of the Energy and Environment Water Research Center and the Cyprus Institute. It's recognized as an EU research infrastructure, and it demonstrates research and innovation, in particular concentrated solar power, renewable desalination and brine management of seawater, energy storage, multi-renewable energy solutions, microgrids, automation and controls, hybridization and polygeneration schemes. So just to give you an idea, the facility basically has the mission to demonstrate that isolated grids like the one that we have in Cyprus and we have been discussing this morning with particularities needs drastic solutions. And we cannot afford adding PVs and PVs all the time. We need to have energy storage, which is partly what we're demonstrating in the last 7 years. And we need to also have energy distributed systems specialized in local communities where it could be autonomous, working ideally off the grid as well. And this is what we have been doing in Proteas. So you can see our microgrid, where it basically is consisted of photovoltaics, wind power, and 2 technologies of concentrated solar power, the Stirling dishes and the thermal tower system, which primarily produce electricity and heat that is stored into battery storage and the molten salt. And from that point on, it can go either for electricity production, for desalination of seawater, for heating and cooling demand, or industrial process heat. So the philosophy is that we want to utilize all the available heat and electricity from all the components, just to demonstrate that in an Nexus system, we can show that the needs of one consumer could be supplied through the energy storage or the production of another energy system. And this is basically how the facility looks like from an aerial point of view. And I don't know if you'll manage to go there, but I mean, this is a state-of-the-art research infrastructure, which is basically demonstrating what is needed for islands like Cyprus or isolated locations where water and electricity are 2 of the major issues, because we have high solar radiation that creates a lot of drought periods, and we have to take advantage of that. But in parallel, we cannot keep on adding PVs, because at the end, there is no how in the island. I mean, we just import PVs from China, we put it there, and we don't leave anything into the country. And that's from my side in my 2 fast minutes. I hope things are quite clear, but I would be happy to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 questions.
Cost.
Oh,
One of the not cost
okay.
of the projects. The question is whether you are also investigating the feasibility, because you can understand I'm working in the market, and the moment that you are proposing the infiltration of renewables, the opposition will tell you it's double the price that I can provide you with other sources, without other ways. So how is the cost,
Okay.
let's say, issue?
First of all, the technologies that we have demonstrating here have been, first of all, decided after techno-economic study. So taking cost was one of the parameters that we did and taken into consideration 10 years ago. Then we should keep in mind that for this is a pilot project, but we have the know-how and we're doing techno-economic studies and feasibility studies, which technology should be integrated at which location, because it's basically also location specific. For instance, the water coming from Mediterranean Sea has different salinity than the one in the Gulf. So the desalination process cannot be reverse osmosis. It should be either forward osmosis or multiple effect distillation. The type of dishes, they can operate well in Cyprus, while they cannot operate that well in Finland. So depending on the location, if there is a good wind potential, we choose the type of the technologies that we want to pursue, and we're promoting as well.
Other questions?
What's the throughput of the desalinization in the pilot plant per day?
What's the?
Like how much water can you desalinate in a day?
Okay, we have two desalination processes. The one is called multiple effect distillation, and the other one is called forward osmosis. The one can produce 50 tons per day, while the other one 2 tons per day. So the idea is that we have started with multiple effect distillation. Then we have partnered with an American industrial company that does forward osmosis desalination in order to reach high recovery ratio, meaning less brine discharge to the sea. So our capacity is 52 tons per day. And we can modify that depending on the needs, because basically we store the water and use it for agriculture and for cleaning the mirrors in the site. So that's the capacity. But the most interesting part is the brine management, to be honest, because you cannot keep on throwing brine back to the sea. Higher temperature, higher salinity, you're affecting the ecosystem.
So how do you do that?
So what we do, basically, the typical recovery ratio is around 40%, meaning that if you put 100 liters, 40 will be distilled and the other 60 will be brine. We go to 60% with our existing technologies, and our aim is to go even higher using this combination of MED and forward osmosis. Currently, we also dump it based on the regulations, but our philosophy is to, at the end, being able to do mineral, mining of minerals, try to extract minerals and have it on a solid state, which we won't be throwing back to the sea. It's not an easy process. It needs energy. And if you do that, the efficiency of the whole system goes down, which makes sense. But I think it's worth trying it because, water is also one of the issues that is currently in the whole world rising issue, and brine cannot be definitely thrown back into the sea. That's our idea.
Thank you very much. Just small pills from some of the activities here at the conference. Now it's time to move back again to the session and start again with the 3 individual sessions, the A here, B opposite room, and C, Star C building. Thank you.
the chair of this session this afternoon with three very distinguished speakers. So we'll do the start with Dr. Michalis Loizidis. He has been a lead expert and innovator over 3 decades in the environment sector, chemical engineer, environmental engineer by training, and he's also the director of founder and director of Isotech Environmental Research and Consultancy Company, as well as an NGO named Active Project. Without any further ado, the floor is to Michalis.
Thank you and welcome. From everywhere in the world, huh? I can see from Sweden to India, okay. So thank you very much for this invitation. I must confess that since I'm an engineer, I couldn't understand all those years why things were running the way they were. For us, for all the engineers, I mean, technically wise, you could really find a way out. And it was a political issue, we must confess. We must understand, if we don't understand the roots of this mess that we are into, we will never go out of it. So I was very glad, I was very happy to see the Green Deal coming in Cyprus and European Union. And I must confess that circular economy became one of my obsessions. And since we are talking about urban metabolism, we were always imagining that we will have the chance once to live in a place where we wouldn't have to waste even one small tomato. Okay, so if this is our dream, I believe that through circular economy and through the Green Deal, we made a very good basis. I know that most of you have heard the rumors that this is a wishful thinking and nothing more, and that we will never manage to get the targets that we have put. But believe me, my approach is that we have to try. At least we have to try. And that's why today we have I have to share with you a few efforts that we have done to bypass the obstacles that we can all see around Europe as far as it concerns the circular economy implementation. So again, I will say that we have actually did the strategy for circular economy in Cyprus. And from the first moment, we saw that many loops, many links of the chain was missing. And one of the problems is that we all have a chain in our hands nowadays. So you will all see that if one of the links is not operating properly, then it will break or the strength will be lost. Now, today you will see those links, and the amazing thing is that we are starting to understand in a country like Cyprus, in Mediterranean, that without synergies, without cooperation, we cannot connect those links and make the chain work properly. So this is something that you can find everywhere. So from extraction of raw material to product design, to separation, to collection, to banks. Huge problem for Cyprus. Banks decided that they will not assist. Where will we find the money? It's something that we have to understand, that an obligatory kind of synergy structure should be formed within European Union in order for people to play the game all together. Circular products are faced with several prominent barriers across the value chain, and let's have a look at the main points that I want to raise today. Okay, the market barriers. At this moment, I'm working with ELISE. ELISE is a huge Cypriot, huge for Cyprus, okay, scale. Okay, it's something like 600 employees. It's manufactures irrigation pipes, okay? And now it's going to Egypt and goes to more than 200 countries around the world. Now, they need to have recycled plastic pipes. There is a demand abroad. However, they cannot certify their products because there are missing links. Even if you bring from abroad, let's say the ISCC, okay, to certify, they will tell you, no, you don't have a robust structure to trace, for the traceability of the materials. So what are you trying to do? I mean, it's just a claim. So there is a lack of certification of recycled content and, of course, of the quality of the new product produced from secondary raw materials. At the moment, those people created a very nice water pipe with 70% recycled product. Based on the law of Cyprus, you cannot use it. It's health and safety. Maybe you have phthalates. You have many other compounds in there which you don't know. You cannot. It's illegal. So there are issues that has to be, let's say, bypassed. Then we have inadequate financial tools, lack of tax reliefs, and other financial incentives. At the moment, the president of the democracy said about 4 billion euros that are going to be given, and half of it will be allocated to circular economy and Green Deal. Now, it's more than 3 years that we are waiting for those money. They came to Cyprus. Nobody is putting them in the market. And we are still waiting. When? This is something that we know that we will need it for infrastructure, for feasibility studies, for whatever you can imagine. We have promises, but never the money to get started. So I'm just questioning what will happen if this continues until 2027, when the money should go back to European Union. So these tools are essential to compensate for an extra. Many people actually ask me, why don't the individuals, the private companies, do it without any funding? Just imagine that in order to go from here to Paphos, and especially to Kato Pyrgos, its village, to get films, plastic films from greenhouses, it will cost me approximately, and this was calculated, approximately 150 euros per ton. No, it's not feasible. Let's burn it. Let's eat it. I mean, for God's sake, it's not feasible to proceed with that. So what you need to do is to use all the tools, reverse logistics that we have said, and many others that we will see in a few seconds. So also inadequate infrastructure, in the sense that we are not actually, we didn't get ready for this. Lack of reverse logistics system. Reverse logistics system, just to say that, okay, Coca-Cola goes with its truck to this remote area, and coming back, they could bring together this half a ton of this material that I needed to bring it back. So it will be zero cost for them. So if you don't have reverse logistics in such small scale areas like Cyprus, that you don't have many thousands of tons of waste material, but just a few kilograms, then you will never be able to enter the circular, those kilograms to enter the circular, the circle. And also lack of traceability of material. You maybe all know the issue, the case of Greece, that because they gave incentives for waste materials, then the virgin materials were cheaper. And so they are bringing the waste, they were just make them a bit dirty, and then they were putting them in the circle to come be used again and again. So fraud is something, especially in Mediterranean countries, that we all have to take into consideration. So those traceability of materials should be robust and not being able to have any kind of opening for fraud. And then we go to the last one. We have many promises for tax reliefs, green public procurements, less VAT for circular products. So it will boost the entry of the circular product in the market. You all understand that virgin material creates, let's say, products that sometimes are a bit more even aesthetically nice than the secondary products. So that's another issue that we have to take into consideration. And just to remind again that the licensing, the classification of waste, the monitoring tools, the audit certifications are not in place. When I presented the strategy for Cyprus, I asked the three ministers that they were present that they should cooperate in order to have the tools before we have the money for the for the production of circular products. And I reminded that you never buy the car and then you make the roads. You first make the roads and then you bring the car. So this is something that if you imagine that we don't have any of those procedures well established in a way to assist the circular economy, then you understand that there is a problem. Yesterday, I had a letter from European Union, actually it was a general announcement, saying that they got fed up. I'm just translating in my own words. They got fed up from different systems around Europe, and they want to create their own central system that will be fraud-proof, there would be whatever they imagine. So you understand that even European Union is lacking behind. So the policy is in front, and things are coming in a more or less delaying way. This is why I'm saying here that we have so many missing links that the timely promotion of circular economy is jeopardized. And that's why I believe that we have to find ways out. And this is what actually we did. And the last 3 slides will be given for this exact thing. So, practical solutions. Verification of recycled product, okay? We brought ISCC, as I told you, and we told them, okay, we have the plastic, we have manufactured the plastic pipes, they are up there. You could see a pile of plastics. Actually, the minister came and we are all clapping because we managed to reach 70% of recycled material in pipes, irrigation pipes. And actually, we managed to go and pick all the plastic liners of greenhouse gas, greenhouses of Cyprus, and we managed to recycle them, and we ended up with a product. Now, this product has no specification. I mean, we don't have national technical specifications. So, at this moment, together with the CYS, which is the standard organization of Cyprus, we are creating national specifications to bypass this problem in order to be able to call the ISCC and have a proper certification based on the real and not claimed recycled content. Then we have the traceability. When they came, they said, okay, Michael, you tell me that you picked those wastes from Mr. Costas, who is, he owns a greenhouse greenhouse. So how can you prove? And then we created we developed a privately documented traceability system so it can be externally verified. However, the environmental department came and said, well, we have a very good waste registry. Okay, this registry is working with categories based on European Union, not based on the need of the market. So when Mr. Costas is going to say that I have 2 tons and somebody goes collect it and puts on this system, on this waste registry, that yes, I collected the 2 tons and then I'm bringing them to Elysee, who is the reception facilities. Okay, they say that I collected general garbage, plastic waste garbage. They don't say that I collected 2 tons of PE. or polypropylene. So if you don't have this categorization in the waste registry, in the national waste registry, then the ISCC cannot verify that this is a valid way forward. So this is another issue that we have bypassed through a private document traceability system. And this is something that I'm just telling you that eventually the environmental department said that they will be more than happy to change and to have subcategories that you can use in the national registry. At this moment, if you have asphalt in Cyprus that has recycled milling, it's illegal, cannot be used. It's outside the specification that the country has. The same goes for the water pipe that I told you. We had the water pipe recycled, cannot be used, illegal. So what I'm saying here is that we have to start thinking a bit outside the box. I mean, it's crazy, it's crazy. So that's why we have to immediately start working, and actually, believe it or not, the private companies are giving money to the government to start working with external consultants like us. They are paying us out of pocket in order to assist the government to make things faster. It's as crazy as you can imagine, but this is a way that in less than 6 months, we will have all the tools, I hope, we will have all the tools we need, and we will not have to wait for the government and its own rhythms to determine the circular economy of Cyprus. So then we go to monitoring of the quality of waste used as raw material. It says the almost final, so we are finishing. So at the collection points, when you go and take the material, you have to monitor. We found several ways internationally acceptable, like photographs, weighting, videos. So there are the tools now in place so we can be certified. And the last one is enabling, is my wife going for our kids. So don't do the same, okay? Okay, and then we come to declassification of waste, which is another thing. Our national registries, in order for the environmental department to avoid any problems, they decided that they will characterize all waste of Cyprus as dangerous and toxic. So all waste of Cyprus are blocked. So you have to declassify first before you do anything. And this declassification can go up to 2 years of procedure. So at this moment, we have managed, and they accepted that we will bring private assistance and we will declassify at least big categories, waste streams that we can use instantly. So what I'm giving here is the solutions that are already applied. It's not a theoretical approach. So at this moment, in the 14th, 15th, 17th of November, we are going to Egypt with certified pipes and not only theoretically circular products. So at the end, I wanted to say that at this moment there is this huge debate. Are we going to accept the mass balances? So I have 2 tons. I have bought 2 tons of product, of virgin product. I have used it. I have created 2 tons of waste. And through the mass balance, we will certify the waste streams, the quality of the products. Okay, another way that I'm just telling you that at this moment in Germany, I'm working with the guys, amazing scientists, that they are using a tracer that eventually, I believe that in 20 years, in 30 years, I'm not talking about tomorrow, the tracer is such that it reminds you of a QR code. So if you put in this a certain amount of this tracer, the time that it goes into this product, it has a special structure that it's been caused by the temperature, by the conditions. So every time you can easily check the concentration of this tracer and the way it was put. So it's like fingerprint. It's like a fingerprint. So if you mix this with another, then you get to fingerprints which are, you can identify them. And so you know from where each and everything is coming. However, although it's a dream which will come true because they have finished, it's not a prototype, it's a marketable product, this tracer. I believe that eventually we will end up with a determining way of quality assurance. However, at this moment, through mass balances, we managed to accomplish what we needed. I mean, at the end, to have a certified and well-respected circular product. Now, last slide, low market demands for circular products. It's true, as I told you, the aesthetics, I mean, if you know that you can take something which is virgin, from virgin material, and from circular products which may have toxic chemicals in it, and you don't know it's a plastic, you are not sure, you will prefer the first one. So at this moment, we need incentives as for the people to start using the circular products and be relaxed. And also, we shouldn't forget that the cost for collection, treating, and transporting, managing, and all these of products gives them a higher price. So at this moment, unfortunately, the circular products has to be a bit more expensive, a bit, from the others. It reminds me of the organics. In Cyprus, still the organic products, if you want to eat organics, you will pay 3 times more than the others. In other countries, we have reached 25% more, which is acceptable. At this moment in Cyprus, if you eat chicken, organic chicken is 12 euros per kilo. The other chicken is 4. So you understand that, okay, so it's a matter of cost as well. And then we have this competitive, as I said, and marketable circular product. And finally, we have the other issue, as I told you, of the need of relaxation, and we managed to have a very good understanding with the environmental department that if we separate the Coca-Cola car, I'm still saying about the Coca-Cola, if we can put certain boxes on that, and we transfer other than Coca-Colas, they will allow this, they will permit it, because it comes from far away, that for 30 kilos of batteries, if I want to send somebody there to take it from, let's say, 300 kilometers, it will not be profitable, it will not be feasible. So at this moment, we are talking about small relaxation for very specific streams as far as it concerns the license of vehicle to go and pick the waste. So you understand that each and every vehicle at this moment in Cyprus has to pay 600 euros per year. So for huge companies which have 1,000, that means 600 multiplied by 1,000 cars, that means almost less than $1 million cost per year. Now, and the last one, the shared infrastructure is something that we have to take into consideration. For small countries, it is easy to say that, for big countries, it's easy to say that, yes, we have so many thousands of tons and per company, and the company can do its own circular industry. But for small countries like Cyprus, so that each company has a few kilos or a few tons, it's easier to have a shared infrastructure, reverse logistics system with others. And unfortunately, Mediterranean countries, cooperation, sharing, synergies is not part of our culture. You always have a pioneer, somebody who is doing his own company, somebody who wants to be in front and to show himself that he managed to do something by his own. So they are not willing to cooperate. At this moment, we have this problem with almost all the industries of Cyprus. I will do it. No, cooperate. The European Union will not give money for 20, let's say, for 20 recycling plants for, let's say, plastics. But for a central recycling plant, for circular economy, for one central in Cyprus, they will give even 100% unfinished. So at this moment, I'm saying that we are glad that we managed to bypass things and to manage to certify products in Cyprus. However, we have to take into consideration that things will get stricter and stricter every day in European Union. And hopefully soon we will have a very fixed package of laws and methodologies for the real determination of all these issues and control points that I have indicated before. Thank you very much. And I hope that we'll have the chance eventually to discuss a bit about the solution from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Michalis. So I've been asked if there are like one or two clarifications, questions that can be asked now, or we can leave it later for the discussion. Yes.
Might be a tricky question. So, European Union has a lot of different offices and organizations and departments. Is there a department where you can say, okay, there we want to make these things, and there's no department for that? Is there a department for making departments?
The commission, right?
Adding too much bureaucracy.
It's a dream that will eventually come true. No, I don't know any such a department that they can call and tell him, I have this idea, and please, I'll assist. Unfortunately, there are many things that has to be changed, but at least I'm just saying that we are going towards the right direction.
Thank you.
There are nationals, though. At this moment, the Research Promotion Foundation of Cyprus has created such a tool. I mean, you can phone and go there and give you all the responses to your questions.
So, Constantino, where are
Go
the
to meeting?
Go to meeting.
Άγγελε, λεπτό να στο ετοιμάσει ο Άγγελος.
So, while we wait, I'll just introduce our next speaker. Is Dr. Luis C. Duarte, who's a senior researcher and team leader at the LNEG's Bioenergy and Biorefineries Unit. His main scientific interests span from the selective fractionation of lignocellulosic biomass using innovative methods to the production of high added value products and biofuels, preferably using bioconversion as a way to accomplish full environmental and economic sustainability for the biorefinery concept. He's been coordinating and participating in many international and national research projects, including direct R&D contracts with the industry, and 2 of these projects have been awarded with the Portuguese R&D Green Projects Award. He has authored more than 100 peer-reviewed publications, and he has 6 patents. Furthermore, he's the Secretary General of the Ibero-American Society for the Development of Biorefineries and acts as an expert in the European Energy Research Alliance, the European Sustainable Energy Innovation Alliance, and the European Commission as a project evaluator for Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. The title of the presentation is The Current and Future Roles of Bioenergy in the Circular Bioeconomy. So in a second, I think we'll have him online. Is he there? Hi, Luis. Yes. Can you hear? Hi. Yes. We can also hear you. So yeah, your presentation is on the screen, and you can proceed. You have about 20 minutes. I'll just wave.
Okay. So thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present our work and some of our ideas. It's with great sorrow that I'm not there in presence, but I hope you can hear me well, and I can convey the message through here. But in the end, I will be available for questions, of course. So the idea that I would like to talk to you about today is have a look at the situation in Europe across the bioeconomy. We know back from the Joint Research Center publication published in 2018 that there are a lot of biorefineries or actually bioindustries around Europe anyhow. The number is quite significant. It's more than 800 industrial installations being around. And some of these may even be considered already as biorefineries, even though some of these are not fully comply with, let's say, the most common definition of biorefinery, that is an installation that will be processing biomass, typically waste biomass, to produce a mixture of biofuels, bioenergy, biochemicals, biomaterials, and other marketable products. But if you look into a little bit more detail, in fact, there is only a very limited number of facilities that would probably fit in this, and these will be mainly focused on producing biofuels for first generation. So there is still a space, and there is still some opportunities for development and for opportunities to enroll these new technologies that are being developed into these companies. In fact, one can look at the TRL, and if we look at much of the projects that are being funded through the European Union and by the Horizon Europe and BBI-JU, now CBE, and so on, we can see that they span through a lot of different TRLs, but there are already quite a few centered in high-level TRLs between 6 and 9, let's say. But sometimes we need not to forget that the TRL is just the beginning of the discussion, and we will need to go a little bit further. And even if we get into a TRL of 9, that will be the final goal for some of the European projects that are being funded already, producing flagships, facilities, and things like that. But it has to go beyond that. And the Australians have come with this commercial readiness index that is quite interesting and really gives you an idea of the difference between the research, the development, and what it brings, and what is needed to bring something of an installation or technology to be truly available in the society. So we can also have a look on a different approach or on a different figure for this. And you can see that the TRL will get us into the demonstration, but from there on, it's to true deployment, we need to go a little bit further. And I would say that there's a lot of things going from 6 to 9, a lot of other ideas being explored in lower TRLs, but we are still not very close to the deployment for these integrated biorefineries. And in fact, we can have an estimation of how much would that take us to reach there. And this graph is just gives in the X values the gap to reach TRL 9 and the times to get there. And on the right-hand side, on the year that we will probably get there. So if we are in low TRL, the technologies that are now being developed will only get to the market in 2055. So, and even though we are speaking a lot about higher TRL facilities that are or projects that are being developed, they will still be let's say, coming into the market in the next couple of 5 to 10 years. And sometimes it's something that we are always listening to. Well, this will be available in 5 to 10 years. And this is something that we have to be aware. But the bioenergy technologies that are close connected to this are slightly on a higher level of development. A lot of these technologies are already being implemented industrially. In different sectors, actually, from cement to pulp and paper industries and so on. Here we have some of the biofuels that can be used, some of the feedstock that can be used for producing these biofuels and the industries where they can be applied. And we can see that there are already a lot of them that are really prone to be fully deployed and really prone to be fully explored. Others, of course, for instance, hydrogen production from some of these raw materials, still a little bit in early stage of development, but a lot of are already there for the society to pick up. And the question is, we know that there will probably be a lot of advantages in picking up these technologies. We can start it anywhere now. We can start it for the economical development, for the rural development, or we can start for the environmental issues, or if we can think nowadays in the most pressing situations that we have, the geopolitical situation, it is rather interesting to see how the bioenergy is not so much talked as some other opportunities for becoming, for Europe to become, let's say, energy with a higher level of supply security, either in terms of energy, raw materials, or even food and feed. So the question arises, why? The political drive is there. There are energy transition goals. There are the programs to support this adoption, not only from research, but really to transform these into reality. And the ambition is there. So what is hindering this faster deployment of bioenergy? We can have a lot of questions and a lot of potential answers to this question. One would say lack of funds, either from the investors itself, from public or from banks that we see that are relevant for this kind of investment. Do we still need stable long-term policy support? I think, I don't know if that, based from the previous slides, I think that is there. Is there a lack of confidence in the technological maturity? Is there a lack of confidence that there will be enough biomass resources and or even societal resources support? But if I was there, I would probably ask you to raise your hand and say which one you would be your target, your preferred answer. But it will be an opinion. But we have some data from the literature that say that are probably the question regarding the investment costs, the uncertainties regarding investment costs, and the uncertainties regarding the future energy prices that are preventing these mainly these bioenergy deployment. But actually, also this question that I had, sorry, in the previous slide here in the bottom. But if not now, then when? When we will have the will as a society to really implement these bioenergy technologies to take part of the solution for the problems that we are facing nowadays. And one of the things that also I like to put to your consideration is if we somehow, we as researchers or involved in this field, if we are not really having some sort of a poor communication with the society, specifically regarding this bioenergy, and if we somehow bioenergy has become something of, I would say, a strong word that has a different appeal into some in the society, that we are not really conveying the right message. I'm sorry to put there one example in Portuguese, but I think the English version is nice. So from last year, there were a lot of NGOs claiming that burning forest wood for energy was sabotaging climate action, and we know for sure that this is not true. And the same for the Portuguese situation is Zero is an NGO for environmental support and to environmental activism, let's say, and they asked for the suspension of new biomass centrals to produce bioelectricity. So, and the question is, the COP27 will start in a few days in Egypt. What will we expect from what will happen, and what will be the perception of the society on these bioenergy issues. And so we have to really come about and to make a way to make this more appealing and to make it more sustainable on a societal level, but also, of course, into environmental level. And there are a few ways to do that. There will be one of the things is by process integration, the other is by process intensification. And one of the things that is mostly being favored is the inclusion of the interconnection between bioenergy technologies with the carbon CO2 capture, utilization, and storage. So here we have some potential routes for integration and intensification. And we can see that the CO2 that will always be produced when we are using biomass can, of course, be put it back into the system. And in fact, if we look at the integration and the intensification of the processes, that will get us into slightly lower TRLs. And so it's not something that it will be available in the very near term. So perhaps this is an example of a platform integration that we have studied in our lab. And you can see there is some complexity here and a lot of process being have to put into interplay. So probably the best idea would be the bioenergy coupled with carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So back into this, we have two mainly opportunities for that. Let's say the electrochemical conversions that will allow us to fixate CO2, or of course the autotrophic cultivations based on plants to do it. And what we see is that among the biomass feedstocks that can be used, of course, the ones coming from energy crops or from algae will be the ones that are most effective in doing this, and it will be really have the effect to be a regenerative feedstock, that will allow us to fixate CO2. And we can compare the algae versus the lignocellulosics, and we see that the algae may have some advantages, namely on the land requirement. We can use different either aquatic environments or set-aside sink or marginal lands to implement these facilities to grow algae. And for lignocellulosic biomass, then we will have a competition for the food crops. The productivity is also nice and compares favorably to the lignocellulosic biomass. The technological know-how, we probably don't have the same level of the technological know-how as to grow the lignocellulosic biomass, but it's there. It's evolving. There is actually already a long experience in mankind to produce algae, specifically macroalgae, in different parts of the world. And there are, of course, some problems regarding with harvesting. We will say that later on, specifically for microalgae. And but of course, the ease of processing it's a little bit new stuff as compared to the lignocellulosic biomass. But in fact, when we are dealing with this integration that I've shown you before, if we simplify that, then, or if you use this kind of integration, then the lignocellulosic biomass, the processing might become a little bit more complex than to use macroalgae. That's something that I would like to show in the next slides. So when you are talking about algae, what are we talking about? We are talking about either about microalgae or macroalgae. The main difference is that microalgae are unicellular microscopic organisms, either coming through plants or cyanobacteria. And macroalgae is commonly seaweeds that you see on the beach every day when you go on holidays and things like that. The macroalgae has the ability to grow in maritime and also in freshwater systems, and typically the macroalgae are more on the marine systems. And of course, this is also an opportunity to link these two drives, let's say, in one, the green bioeconomy, and in the other the blue economy. So it's a potential link that can also be explored. So which one should we go? In the microalgae, we have the opportunity because they can be easily put it into tandem with already some industrial facilities that we have. And the microalgae do have possess a significant advantage over the macroalgae as wastewater treatment facility. Late stage wastewater treatment processes, but still it can be grown in wastewater. And simultaneously, assimilating CO2. Of course, there are also some drawbacks, and one of the drawbacks of the microalgae is the high cost of the downstream, because we are talking about recovering and transforming and microorganisms. So it is a rather costly and rather energy-intensive process. On the other hand, on the macroalgae, it's a little bit more simplified because macroalgae can be obtained from natural sources, namely from algae blooms, and of course it can be produced, namely in integrated multi-trophic aquaculture systems that we see nowadays. There is a lot of efforts putting into aquaculture for producing fish for food, and this can be integrated in these systems and closing the system and making it a little bit more sustainable. And then the harvesting of the macroalgae becomes a little bit more simplified as compared to the harvesting and utilization of the microalgae. But of course, there is also this discussion between the blooms and the cultivation system. There are also, of course, advantages and disadvantages in either of these. The cultivation is, of course, having a high production cost, but the blooms are the major difficulties that they are only seasonally available, and they are somehow unpredictable. So you cannot really apply or develop the biorefinery over an unpredictable source of feedstock. So the cultivation system may present some advantages. Regardless of the process of the algae that we are using, this has to be processed to produce products and energy. And one of the things that we are also exploring in our lab is what kind of process must be applied for transforming these biomasses into value-added products. And as with similar to the lignocellulosics, we might need to have some sort of biomass for the construction or fractionation process. Typically, either mechanical, chemical, physical, chemical, or biological processes, with most noteworthy the chemical and physical chemical ones being more relevant. And we have done, just as an example, some work in our lab regarding this, some recent publications that we have, either with microalgae and with macroalgae. And we can see that applying simple process, just hot water-based process, we can produce added value compounds, either from microalgae and from macroalgae. I will show next. On the liquid stream, we get these added value compounds, and in the solid stream, we get spent biomass, spent microalgae that can have its current use, namely as feed or as fertilizer, depending on how it was grown. On the macroalgae side, also the production of oligosaccharides, and the great advantage of this that this would require milder or cheaper conditions actually than of the comparison on that can be used for treating the lignocellulosics or the terrestrial biomass. And again, the solid biomass that we get, the spent biomass after extracting these added value compounds, can also be used as food, feed, or for nutraceutical industries. And but most importantly, it can also be used again for producing bioenergy, and with significant advantages over the direct use of the algae directly. So I think I'm concluding. I'm finishing my time just to tell you that what I've tried the message that I tried to convey to you is that bioindustries are already widely distributed in industrial facilities throughout Europe. Even some of them can be considered true biorefineries, but there is the willing and a lot of technology in the pipeline that can further contribute to their evolution into true biorefineries, and especially when this is associated with added value products. The bioenergy associated to this is somehow a little bit stalling, but can be pushed forward in the short time, specifically if we add it to the carbon capture and utilization and storage. And so in this respect, I hope to have shown you that the algae utilization can be a straight way forward to implement this. So I thank you for the opportunity to present this, and looking forward for the discussion on your ideas and also on your view on all these topics. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Luis. Are there any clarification questions? One, Fabio? Maybe there was one. Here it is.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi, Luis.
Yes. Hi.
Nice to have you here, at least virtually.
At least, unfortunately, only virtually. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but it's something. It's better than nothing. So I have a question about the scale.
Yes.
I've been designing, let's say, a network in internal area in Sicily a few years ago. A network of facilities to try to exploit local biomass. So the idea was that as they are managing a local forest, they can generate locally wood, treat the wood, and then use the wood in, for eating or even for electricity generation. So this was the network at the scale serving, thousands of people. And my idea is that this should be the direction we have to take in general, wherever it's possible, to have a transition which is bringing both energy and materials loops as closer as possible to people. So you have something that is more resilient, there is ownership of the process, and in any case, even facing crises like the energy price crisis of these days, people have something supporting them. So my question is about what you were presenting. So these new possibilities offered by micro and macro algae, because this might be also a way to generate locally biomass and process it. And this will reconnect also communities, for example, with the sea, on a different basis. So it's a different link with the sea that is not only fishing, is not only tourism, but it's also the energy dimension. But I'm guessing if what you are doing is in the direction of this scale, or when you talk about raffineries, you are thinking about centralized and big plants. So there is another kind of problem, if you want, or in any case, we are staying on the previous model.
No, actually, one of the things that we like is to have it as small as possible, but that it can be feasible, but it has to be feasible. And the advantage of using the microalgae is that they can be incorporated in roughly in a wide range of capacities of installations. We have some examples in Portugal, actually some closer to Lisbon. Where we have an old industrial facility that was decommissioned, and the industrial ground was there, and that was now being used for growing algae. And so it's a large area, but let's say 3 to 4 football fields, let's say. So it's a manageable area. It can even go into a little bit less. If you go into microalgae, even less area. And you can incorporate these, for instance, and we also have examples of this in Portugal, close to cement industries to capture the CO2 that is being produced, or you can also work this with industrial facilities like the brewery industry, or even with the municipal solid wastewater treatment. After the first initial primary or secondary treatment, you can use this as a tertiary treatment to grow the algae. So in fact, the algae are very flexible on this respect. And of course, when you go into the maritime and to the sea, it's definitely, as you said, and as you point out, a way forward to add an extra dimension from extra to the fishing, to the tourism, also to put the energy there. And never forgetting that we are really fixating CO2. We are contributing to, we are being carbon negative. That's the important, also the message to convey. I don't know, Fabio, if I answered your question entirely. Please ask me again.
Yes, you answered. And probably you answered, Luis, and you have been adding another interesting point, which is very suitable to Cyprus. Because here, when we talk about biomass, we always say that this is not an island of biomass, because it's forests are not our, let's say, most important asset, but the sea. So the capacity of generating biomass, both artificially, let's say, in artificial environments like the bioreactors, or in the sea, would be a viable way to integrate biomass in the in the mix, and this for Cyprus, in my opinion, would be very, very interesting.
Yes, Ireland definitely have a strong point there, but every coastal area in the world has a great potential to use these technologies. And in fact, for instance, if we compare, I'm a little bit out of my league here, but if we compare this, for instance, with other possible utilizations for wave energy and things like that, probably we will have a lower environmental impact and a lower aesthetic impact that can also be relevant. Specifically when we also need to couple this with tourism facilities and things like that. So I think this is actually something that is worth explore further in the short term, because it's a solution that it's there. It can be used.
Okay, thank you, Luis, for your presentation. And just being a bit cautious of time, I'll be moving to our third speaker of the panel, Dr. Stefan Walk. I suppose.
Thank you.
Stefan, are you there? Yeah. So Stefan is a researcher in the field of bioresources and circular economy with focus on food waste management at the Hamburg University of Technology. He chairs the separate collection task group of the European Compost Network and has expertise in waste management systems analysis, modeling of waste management concepts, waste treatment, business case development, and environmental impact analysis. The title of the presentation is Sustainable Urban Bioresource Management, the current status of bio-waste collection in Northern Europe. Stefan, the floor is yours. You can share your screen.
Yeah, can you see my presentation?
We can see it and we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So thank you for the introduction. So as already stated, I'm going to present about the work I'm doing, the work that my group, the Bioresource Management Group at the Hamburg University of Technology, is doing. And I'm giving you a small insight into bio-waste management in Europe, focusing on municipal bio-waste. And I'm speaking briefly about the current goals and legislation in the scope of the European Union, the current situation of bio-waste management as a resource for new products and for valorization, and show you a bit more in detail the situation in Germany. And then I will give an outlook on the potentials for valorization. So we start with the current legislation. So by the year of 2035, 65% of the municipal solid waste have to enter a recycling scheme, which means they can not be longer be incinerated or landfilled. So by the same year, the landfill has to be below 10% of the mass of waste that was generated. We have a mandatory separation scheme of biowaste for all European member states by the end of the next year. So that has to end landfill and incineration. And ultimately, because this comes together in the scope of biowaste management, there should be a reduction of food waste by the end of 2030 by 50% in the retail and consumer level. So at the moment, the European Commission is reviewing the status of implementation of separate collection of biowaste, and there's a report to be expected by the end of 2020. This report will include the evaluation of the member states of the European Union, and to see whether they will comply with the goals to have a separate collection system implemented by the next year. And currently, there's like a preliminary report where it's stated that actually most of the countries, they started to have a management plan, but it's still at risk to comply with the current milestones for recycling targets. So on the right-hand picture, you see a figure from a project I was working in called Decisive, where we assessed in the partner countries the implementation of biowaste separation schemes in large cities. This map is from 2017, so things have changed, but you can see that in some countries, you officially had already a scheme of separate collection implemented, but the issue was that it was not fully implemented throughout the whole country. For example, in France, in Denmark, or in Spain. So a bit more detailed for the German situation. So we have a mandatory separate collection of biowaste since 2015, but with a history already implemented in the first ones in 1985. In theory, more than 90% of the population has access to a separate door-to-door collection system, which proved already is the best scheme for biowaste collection. In contrast to bring point systems, recycling centers, but still around 4% of population has no separate collection, which you can see as a red colored areas on the right-hand pictures. But within these 90% who have door-to-door collection, we still have issues of municipalities only offering a voluntary participation, an exemption if home composting is done, or difficulties, especially in high-rise buildings or city centers, to implement a separate collection system. So going back to the European situation, this figure from an EEA study shows that in average around 32% of the biowaste generated is being separated. So since more than 35% of municipal solid waste is actually biowaste, this 65% recycling rate target can only be achieved if we have a collection scheme for biowaste, because many other waste fractions, they are much smaller. So this is one of the largest fractions, so we need to implement a separate collection system. But you can see on this graph that it's quite diverse. And according to this study, for example, Cyprus is among the least performing ones so far. The same is true for food waste. It doesn't look much different, at least the distribution, just that only a bit more than 15% of the generated food waste is actually collected separately in the European Union. So when we speak about recycling goals and collection goals, it's clear that we need to focus on the food waste. Besides reducing it, we need schemes for its separate collection. Since the other part of bio-waste, which is usually garden waste, the separation works already quite well. Which you can see again here for the German situation. More than 95% of the green waste is actually collected separately. So even in some districts, they have a separate collection of soft parts and hard parts to organize higher value recycling, be it in thermal plants, but also in composting plants and so on. And on the other hand, food waste, only a bit more than 30% is actually separated in Germany. So that's a big issue. Already around 5 million megagram of bio-waste is collected separately, but still more than 4 million megagram is sent to incineration because it's collected in the residual waste. So there's a huge potential that we need to tackle, and I think in many European countries this share is even higher still. So, and in order to manage any waste, so this is something I just want to show you. In order to manage any waste, we need to be aware when we implement a system, when a system is implemented. So what many countries will still have to do by the end of next year, they need to think about the collection system with its modes, collection frequency, and so on, the fee system, the material flows, so which fractions should be included, and public relations. All these factors, they will influence in the end how much of the bio-waste that is generated in a country is being collected. So one example I would like to give you is that there's a clear trend that within a city where the more people that are connected to a system, the more bio-waste we collect. But we see this is not fully true. So it's more behind that. So the whole development of a collection system would need to be considered, and not only to put a bin to someone's house and say, no, you have to collect it. The system itself needs to be designed in a way that it's more comfortable and maybe also financially more advantageous for the inhabitant to sort their waste rather to not to. So, and so far, only 60%, a bit more than 60% of the households in Germany are actually connected to a bio-waste bin. The next example I would like to give is the influence of the fee system. This is from a large study that was conducted in 2020, where they looked at the different modes of financial aspects or financial benefits that could be given to the municipalities or the inhabitants living in the municipalities. And it shows clearly that here, this is actually the composition of residual waste. So it shows clearly that in systems that are the so-called pay-as-you-throw systems, which means you only pay when you throw away waste, that residual waste amounts are much lower compared to a system where you pay an annual fee. So this needs to be considered very much when a system is implemented or an existing system should be changed. yeah, that it has advantages to have a demand-based fee system. The other part is, of course, what I stated already is participating in a certain recycling scheme. And on the other hand, the quality of a recycled material. The higher the share of unwanted material, the lower will be the outcome in terms of new products made from certain waste. So we can see here on the left-hand side that this is the level of impurities that was found in 17 different cities here in Germany. And they all, or almost all of them, exceed a certain limitation that was implemented in the new biowaste ordinance from this year, which stated that only less than 1% of plastic can actually be allowed at the entrance of a treatment plant. So this means that certain deliveries of waste that come from different municipalities, they can be rejected by now if they exceed the limitations of impurities, because the financial aspects of having a separation system for these wastes is a driver to reduce unwanted fractions in the separated waste. And this is now in the biowaste ordinance, but this is actually true for all kinds of waste streams. And on the right-hand side, we see the different separation efficiencies, also in the same municipalities, in respect of food waste. And which I stated already, in Germany, we only separate around 42% of food waste. But you can see that we are somewhere in between 15% and more than 80% in different municipalities. And this is clearly a function of, first, the connection rate, and second, the whole setup of the collection system, including the fee system. So in general, the higher the separation rate, which also is the kind of participation rate, the more comfortable the collection system is. Yeah, just to show you from different analysis we did how waste can look like. So on the left-hand side, you see a very nicely separated waste that doesn't need a lot of pre-treatment before it goes to the processing. And on the right-hand side, this is a more common picture of bio-waste, how it looks like in Germany, with a lot of plastic impurities. So now I would like to give an outlook on the potentials for valorization of the household bio-waste or municipal bio-waste. We have so far we have more than 100 biogas plants, of which around 70 produce biogas and compost. And we have already 17 plants that upgrade to biomethane and inject the gas directly into the national gas grid. Apart from that, we have around 800 composting plants, around 200 that use the mixed bio-waste, of the mix of food waste and green waste, and around 600 that only use green. So, and from this year, no, from 2020, we produce almost 6 million cubic meters of biogas. But we have a potential of another around 7 million cubic meter of biogas to be produced if we would separate all the bio-waste that is still in the residual waste, which would increase the potentials for electricity supply to more than 1 million households. So it would more than double this amount. If all the biogas would be upgraded, it could feed more than 270,000 households with gas. I think it's more interesting not to actually talk about these numbers, but rather than, for example, for how many days all the households could be supplied by this, because I think biogas or electricity from biogas in the electricity mix is a very good compensation for other renewables that are more based on fluctuations like wind energy or solar energy that needs external drivers to produce electricity. So, and on the right-hand side, just a picture, a figure from the existing biomethane plants. So there are these 17 ones, but there are new ones being planned. And also during this current crisis of gas crisis, we are facing more and more owners of plants actually think about upgrading their plant to upgrade the biogas to biomethane. So to sum it up, in Europe, we collect around 32% of biowaste directly, which means that 65% is still usually landfilled or incinerated. The largest part of it is food waste, for which we need proper concepts. We still are at risk to fail the current milestone plans of the European Union in regard of the recycling targets. But also we see that countries with existing collection systems, they still face or they still have a huge potential for improvements, be it in the decrease of impurities or the increase of capture rate. So the whole, it needs to be a whole rethinking of current collection systems. There's a huge potential for increase of biogas production. One could be to implement a cascade system of biogas and composting, in contrast to only composting, which many cities and districts still do. And capture rates need to be improved as well, especially for food waste. And last but not least, we could actually more than double the amount of households that could be supplied by electricity if we collect all our wastes, all our food waste and bio waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. And now we have about 15 minutes for, well, firstly, I would like to ask if you have any clarifications, questions for our last presenter. And if not, we can open it for all. But Fabio, you have the microphone, so.
Hi, Stefan. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question, which is my typical question related to the food waste in general. I mean, waste which should go back to the soil. So how, I mean, this, we can imagine a broader approach where it's not only about biogas, but it's also about the regeneration of soil. So if this is again an issue of system of scale, of distribution of plants, the kind of technologies we want to use, because I think this is the really important point, is to close the loop with the soil.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the best option so far is this cascade system of producing biogas and then producing compost, because otherwise, if we think about incineration, we still create some energy, but we lose all the nutrients that are in the bio waste for recycling it to the soil. So it's totally true that we need to think about a system that can maybe cover both some energy advantages and also the material advantages. Yeah.
Thank you, Stefan. Actually, I had a question towards the end of your presentation, as you're offering biogas as a potential, especially in a more mature market for energy, rather than considering it as a waste management system. in the face of recent events, how big this percentage could be to contribute to Europe's energy security, this another stream of energy?
So I can only tell you about the certain figures for the German situation, but I could imagine that it's more or less similar for each European country. So the waste sector, let's say, so all the resources that come from municipal, or let's say municipal biowaste, they can they have a potential to cover, let's say, I think up to 5% of the electricity needed by households. But if we include all kinds of biowaste, let's say also agricultural waste, the gas produced, or if it was also upgraded to biomethane, could cover between 10 and 15% of the annual demand. So it's, if we think about it, it's a certain amount that is quite large in comparison to, for example, different where we get our gas from different providers, which sometimes hold shares in like 5%, 10%. So it's in that range that we could definitely should make use of this potential.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to any of our speakers, really? Yes, Michali. Let me pass the Is it that one?
Okay. One of my fear with anaerobic digestion of organics from municipal organics is if they are not, if the quality is very low, then we may transfer into the anaerobic digestion the plastics, microplastics, especially after being macerated. Okay, and at the end, what is the quality control of the sludge that goes either towards composting or directly to the fields? Do we have a proper, you think, system to control that no microplastics end up in the fields?
So at least in Germany, there's a scheme. So with the new bio waste ordinance, we have this scheme that 1% at the inflow must not be exceeded. It's usually done by visual observation. Thereafter, there's a separation scheme, so NIR technology that takes out plastics. And then what you were saying, I think it's actually worse that it enters a composting process rather than a biogas process, because in the composting it really would end up in the soil. And there's a scheme that each batch of compost that's being produced needs to be checked. So there's samples being taken, and from that sample there's it's called, how is it called, an area sum, I think. So you construct a 1 square meter, and how many plastic particles you find on that square meter defines the compost quality. But the problem is that microplastics that you would consider are not really targeted in this. I think the limit is the size of 1 millimeter. So everything that's smaller than 1 millimeter actually does not exist due to the official regulations, and that's a big issue. And I think there's a lot of research done at the moment to actually also determine the microparticles, but this is really still very difficult because you have a still very heterogeneous mixture, and to find out the particles and also the origin of the particles. So if it's biodegradable plastics, if it's fossil plastics, that's also very important to get the knowledge about this. So yeah, there's a scheme for it, but the problem is that we don't have proper tools implemented to even find the microparticles.
Thank you, Stefan. Anybody else?
I just
yeah.
Just to connect the dots, so going back to Luis, that I think should be there online, because the integration of the process of collecting waste and the process of generation of let's say of treatment of the waste, I think is one of the challenge. I was mentioning that logistics in this case is a key. So have you any experience in let's say how this problem can be faced? Because you have the distributed let's say material that should be brought into some kind either of centralized plant, or you have to decentralize technology. So you have to distribute gasifiers and systems to treat it, and then to use the product, the cascade. And this is really not easy, even because, I mean, waste is not an easy material to handle in terms of transportation.
Sorry, Fabio, you want to comment from my side or from Stefan? Okay, from my side, yes, yeah.
But both, I say that's...
Okay, indeed, from my side, logistics is the problem whenever you deal with biomass and with specific, as you said, when you deal with waste. Actually, this is a tremendous issue. The logistics and the transport. And one of the things that, for instance, for macroalgae, when we are talking about the algae blooms that may occur over the coast and things like that, the collection and the transport of this is actually also difficult. And in the end, it may even the system, the biomass may even get contaminated with sand and things like that. That adds another issue to the logistics when you are treating this. In that sense, I believe a simpler approach is with the microalgae that can be grown locally, and it can, for instance, it can be put together or in front of a waste stream coming from an aerobic digester to deal with the liquid digestate, for instance, and then the biomass itself, after being collected, can be put it back into the anaerobic digester. So this will be the simplest and well, I would not say the preferable, because we are losing part of the potential for producing added value compounds. But it will be a possibility to simplify the logistics whenever the transport becomes a little bit tricky or a little bit more difficult. But yes, you are right. The transport is of course a great issue on that. I don't know if I answered fully your question. Please, okay, perhaps Stefan, I don't know.
So, Stefan, if you want to, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I can only speak from the a bit different angle of waste collection. So yeah, logistics becomes an issue as soon as we speak about collection of wastes that are distributed in very widespread areas, like rural areas, because then the cost and also the environmental cost that come with the transportation surpass the benefits for collecting certain wastes, which is why in those areas often, for example, home composting schemes are being promoted. So yeah, I think there's some, in certain areas, there's borders being drawn kind of for certain limitations where a collection actually makes sense. So not only speaking about the logistics behind that, but also until when a collection of certain material makes sense financially, and also referring to the environmental burden that the long distance transportation may have.
Thank you. And perhaps for one more question over there. Yeah.
Hey, Luis. Himanshu here.
Hi, Himanshu.
Luis, just to make you jealous, it's very sunny and very warm here. I told you you should come here.
Don't make it worse. Okay.
Luis, regarding you mentioned that the algal bloom, it cannot be. Yeah, you don't know when exactly they will happen and how much. So, are you considering something, say, like preservation of the algae, so that the plant, in whichever way you are going to process it, can be run for a longer duration, or maybe for an entire year? For example, I know ensiling or something. Is it?
Yeah, I don't know if I think I lost you part of your question, but yes, it's a problem, you know, because specifically with the macroalgae, because it's a very moisty feedstock, a lot of water there. And so the storage will be also a hard logistic problem for that one. And in fact, if you need to apply some preservative processes like heating for minimizing degradation and so on, then it becomes too costly. What we talked about with the algae, and we have discussed this with Chandra Bhatta, specifically from Romania, and from some experience that in the Romanian coastal area in the Black Sea, what they have is the easiest is to collect it and put it into already existing systems that are dealing with, for instance, with municipal solid waste, as Stefan was presenting, and so on. So it will head up to the system itself. And actually, these algae blooms, if you want to do some added value compounds from that, then you have a problem, because it's a mixed feedstock with different kind of algae, and when you are trying to derive added value compounds from that, then you will have a mixture of these compounds. So probably not as good as you have a properly grown and how can I say, sorry, purposely grown, sorry, not properly, but also purposely grown feedstock for that. That can be then more easily controllable and can be more easily feasible to process. And if you have these added value compounds being added to the system, then it may pay off for the storage costs that you may have to incur to keep it, how can I say, to store it for longer times. But anyhow, even though there are some seasonality on the algae production, and actually it occurs more on the summer period, I think it is also possible to have some algae being produced throughout the year. And so also the logistics and the storage may somehow be smoother in that respect, when we have a grown a process based on cultivation, on purposely cultivated macroalgae, for instance, or even microalgae. I don't know, Himanshu, if I answer your question, please. I don't know if I can hear you well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So
thank you for your question.
Perhaps we'll be closing. I'll have one question for Michali so that we can close as we started. Michali, you mentioned in your talk earlier that the banks here are not really willing or decided not to participate in financing the circular economy initiatives. If not the banks, then who? And do we have any best practices from abroad? I think you have to press it with love. As the battery? Or you can come here.
I know. It's again, the problem is from the government, comes from the government. The banks, before they decide if they're going to fund a new project and for a circular economy, they want first, the government needs first to have the guarantees from the bank. The bank demands that he will have the guarantees from the government. Now, this is a situation that I don't know how it will end. However, usually European Union intervenes and let's say somehow guarantees a certain amount of money and it goes well. Now, we will see. We will see. It's something that is very peculiar, it's very difficult, very important to be resolved. You understand that. Without the money, what can we do? However, it's a discussion that it was between the banks and the ministers. So who will guarantee whom and how? And they don't want to lose money. The government cannot guarantee if they don't see the results. So where is the right line? Anyway, thank you.
So thank you, everybody, for your participation, and especially I would like to thank our three speakers, Michalis, Luis, and Stefan, for their great talks and the discussion we had afterwards. I think there's a break afterwards. Yes. Yeah. So
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of it.
The next session in group 3 will start in 10 minutes because the speakers have time schedule problems. So anyone who would like to attend the next panel session of group B, get your coffee quick and just take your coffee and your treats inside.
She's taking I want to put something on there.
So, who's here now? Would you like to start a movie?
Yeah, let me just, if I can.
Side?
Oh, there's one there?
So you're in the same position?
I guess, yeah. Did that work? Let me see, because
It's over here. It's over here.
yeah, it's over there, but I
Yeah,
want to
you
take it,
click
because
here.
I'm used to Apple.
And you want to check it's here.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
Well, okay. It's okay.
I'm going to do it anyway.
Would you like to put something? No? Okay. Ναι, η άλλη είναι εδώ. Η κυρία έξω. Η μία είναι εδώ. Την έχει βάλει εδώ, οπότε δεν την πειράζω, γιατί...
Το ERC.
Το ERC είναι... Όχι, είναι η άλλη που ήταν έξω που βοηθούσα. Αυτά δεν ξέρω τι είναι, να τα βάλουμε στην άκρη.
Να ξέρω τι. Θα είμαι αφεντικό του.
Ναι. Και το βγάζουμε στο τώρα.
Άρα, λείπει η μεσαία.
Πρέπει, δεν έχω το... Αλλά νομίζω ξεκινάει ο Τόμας.
It's great. Yeah. More than this, I couldn't.
Yeah, because I noted yeah, the format had moved on some slide, but not so bad, I think.
Also got a few animations.
Animations.
Yeah, no,
Theo, I'm chairing your session. So very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
No, of course, that's no problem. Okay, are you presenting jointly?
Yes.
Okay.
It's always dangerous. It may last longer, but we'll try not to.
But I will try not to.
Just cut us short.
I have German education, so
Oh, yeah.
yes,
All
I'll
right.
try to make it.
So just do a quick.
Yes, yes, of
check
course.
everything
check.
is
Yeah,
there.
of course. So we have all three presentations now. You have to? Yes, obviously.
No, I just wanted it's this not okay, but it's not that bad. The lights are kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But it's okay. It's still
Okay.
Heldeweg. Heldeweg?
Heldeweg,
Yes.
but Heldeweg is
Heldeweg.
fine.
start the session on policy and finance mix for the achievement of climate neutral communities. Welcome to this afternoon session. We may have some latecomers, but I was asked to start. I am Theodoros Zachariadis. I'm a professor here at the Cyprus Institute, and thanks for joining us at this conference. So as you have seen from the schedule, we have three relatively diverse, but hopefully and perhaps complementary presentations on this topic of policy and finance mix. We have one on financing the transition, one on energy communities and citizenship, and one on research possibilities, research funding opportunities. We will start with Thomas Anderson on financing the transition towards climate neutral communities. We will try to stay on schedule, so you have 20 minutes, and hopefully we can stay this schedule so that there is some time for discussion. So, Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
In the interest of time, I'm not introducing
No,
you.
no.
Everybody knows the has the description of the biography, no?
Yes, so thank you for the introduction, and very pleased to be back at the Cyprus Institute. Very impressive and important institution, and congratulations on a really excellent meeting. Now, the topic, financing the transition towards climate neutral communities, it's quite a challenge, and I'm not going to claim that the answers are all here, but at least I hope it's some useful perspective on the subject. Let me also add that I'm part of the Urbinat project in the EU that is one of those that addresses nature-based solutions and how cities and local communities and the research community and so on can work together for inclusive urban regeneration. But also I'm connected with the task forces that connect these kinds of projects in the EU, and there I will be at the COP here after the visit here to Cyprus to present there, or to set up we actually have two panels we're setting up, addressing a bit of this issue then in the global context. So it's a little bit of rehearsal for that, and any feedback and discussion with yourselves on that would be very useful. Okay, so in terms of the outline, first a few words on the troubled world we live in, climate change, of course, but it's also beyond that. Nature and nature-based solutions, the corporate sector with corporate social responsibility, one aspect, but there is much more. And then the rise of green funding, ESG, carbon credits, green bonds, SLBs, and conclusions. So a troubled world. This map, you know well, and one can talk about it for a very long time. It's not a given how you present this, but this is a very popular and widely used representation of the climate footprint, or carbon footprint, I should say, that countries sort of contribute with. And of course, it's GDP per capita. It's a snapshot in time. If you look over the decades or centuries and so on, of course, it's a very different map and many ways at looking at it. But increasingly, the countries of the world are really getting conscious about this and very serious politically, as well as in other respects, that it actually has to be addressed. And so that goes for markets too. But it's not only about climate change and carbon. So this is just one other aspect, the global water stress. The world's most important precious resource, water, is severely mismanaged. The oceans, the lakes, the rivers, dams being built everywhere. I think 130 dams are about to come up in the most important rivers of the world. It's just a total disaster. And water used to be a unifying factor for people to work together, but of course, increasingly with this, it's also turning into a source of conflict, and there are huge concerns in many places. Again, it's just one aspect. There are many things going on, and they all come together in terms of a systems really crisis. And looking at it from a sort of the overriding aggregate perspective, you may say that we have moved from what could be referred to as an empty world to sort of a full world. It used to be that there was labor and infrastructure and capital and so forth, traditional, the financials that were limiting for human well-being. but really natural resources and environment sinks are now becoming the limiting factors. But we don't have an economy to deal with that. The SDGs, of course, is a very impressive collection of sort of agendas and objectives that also are the result of a very collective process set out by the United Nations. And it's a very impressive map, and they all matter, they're all needed. But how do we actually get to implement and carry them out and achieve on them? So now nature and nature-based solutions. So just here that is a map of the projects here. 16 projects now in the European Union. Urbinat is one of them there, that together sort of form I would say, quite impressive experiments working with cities, and then in terms of trying to come up with ways of putting forward nature-based solutions and understanding how communities and others can work together to enhance their value. And well, this is from the task force, a few words about the nature-based solutions, drawing on the tremendous experience and the functionality of nature, how they can be applied to protect and conserve and restore in support of sustainability. And then now, if that's going to be realized, we need not only the nature-based solutions, but we also need what is now, there are several subjects or sort of labels for this around, but one of them, which I believe is starting to sink in, is that of a nature-positive economy. And in short, of course, it is an economy where nature and then the economy go together, and where also business and governments and the other actors sort of can operate on that basis and contribute to those results. Nature-based solutions, bioeconomy, circular economy are different elements. Now, beyond the nature-based economy, or let's say the nature-based solutions, of course, there is nature itself out there. It's not only the new solutions we're putting in place. We have to keep in mind there are still tremendous natural assets around this world. I mean, if there weren't, we wouldn't be alive. We have the Amazon, we have the oceans, we have wetlands and mangroves along the coastlines. There are also ways of restoring the resources where they are under attack. And mangrove plantations, wetland restoration are now increasingly looked at with great sort of interest for various reasons. But there are many, many benefits to mangroves. This is just one example. This is an image from a project in the Sultanate of Oman, which we are now sort of addressing, with 45,000 hectares along the coastline identified as suitable for restoring or bringing mangroves and other aspects of wetlands. That's quite an agenda, but the interesting thing, it's both manageable and it is pretty straightforward to fund it also, given the benefits that it generates. We'll see whether it can be done. This is another project. This is actually our own. It's in Oman. It's planting in areas which are really very dry and with water-saving solutions, Dutch technology. That is quite remarkable, very simple, but brilliant. Saves 2%. Let's say it spends 2% of the water that you use with conventional irrigation, and you have like 85% survival. The problem is, if this is a problem, the trees grow less rapidly. They first establish their root system and then they grow up. So you have to be patient. And getting that message across is not so easy. This is a picture from our host here, Akamas. I didn't even know the name before, although I really love Greek mythology, the son of Theseus. And it's a wonderful area of Cyprus that is still undeveloped, but as Fabio has pointed out, soon to be wild no more. Perhaps, we hope not. So now, what's the problem here with nature? Nature is the source of our very existence. Nature generates multiple benefits in all kinds of directions, but those benefits are fragmented, and therefore there is underinvestment. You just can't get all those benefits internalized, and it's not desirable either. But in terms of investment, in terms of action by the market, by the enterprises and so forth, it's just not happening. It's not happening at any level that is comparable with the benefits. That is underinvestment. And addressing this situation is just not going to happen through business as usual. It's totally unrealistic, and we're missing out on understanding the power of the market, the power of the economy, which is actually working by the day to destroy the world we're living in because of this situation. And there is a fracturing of governance at national as well as multilateral level. There is the attempt by the European Union in particular to shift attention to the local level, the city level, where actors are closer to the decision makers. And this whole generation of projects can be understood in that light. That's a way of trying to get things to happen. Stakeholder engagement leading by action. But what about preserving value? Basically, there is no value. If big money decides to, there is the opportunity, there conversation with the policymakers and so on, how do you defend it? A UNESCO reserve, or how do you engage the community? What to be done? So, business and market mechanisms. This is a slide then from the work that the task force is undertaking on the nature-based solutions, and it's observed that there is some investment going into them, mainly public investment. And if we're going to get the kind of scale and the momentum that is required here, there has to be a lot more. It's not academic. This is from the financial industry. And you see worldwide that there is a real payoff now for capital costs are coming down. There are a lot of different frameworks around and standards, and they are being worked on. There is an attempt to improve them. I don't have time to go through them, but it's quite complicated. People and risk and capital go together, and a lot of different aspects to it. So I'm going to, more or less end here. Let me just check. Yes, this is my last slide, since also time is running out. That we have to consider, actually, if we're going to be serious about this, about getting the markets to work, we have to consider how we build capacity and conditions out there for sensible conditions, for getting the investment to work out. The fact is, the markets are acting. You see it in the ESG, you see it in the green bonds. There are sustainability linked bonds that are issued. Green bonds are issued and sold to markets for achieving green activities. SEB, the biggest Swedish bank, not the biggest, the second biggest maybe, they have issued a number of green bonds, and they are directly towards funding some green activity. And when they are bought in the market, they are bought there is a premium here. The cost is coming down for the capital. And sustainability linked bonds, they are not for the green activity as such. They are for achieving objectives that are green. KPIs are green. And it's the same thing. There's a premium. The cost is coming down. The green cost of capital, the greenium, this premium that's now happening, and this is the word in the industry, that is raising a lot of questions and eyebrows, because the question is, what is the link between this greenium and real action on what we talked about, nature, protecting nature? What is that? What does that link look like? There is considerable criticism of the financial industry that they are classifying as green as a way to raise their premium and getting lower costs, but there is no green. And of course, this is not black and white. It's not totally yes or totally no, but it's happening. And we have very little, handle on this. And when we talk about the institutions, as I mentioned before about all of these things. Sorry, I have to go back too far here. This one. So my message here is that we're not really organized yet for dealing with where the big investments are, and we have to mobilize them for this agenda, because it is very, very important. And anyway, we will take it to the COP now, and we'll see what happens there. And for any one of you, we're very interested in your comments and input, and see how we can take it together forward. Thank you.
many issues to comment on here to discuss, but of course, is there any immediate question for clarification?
Well, my usual question to Thomas, when we discuss, is about how to bring this on the ground, in the sense that you have been showing Akamas, and in Akamas we have pressure because people, owners of land, they would like to sell the land to make money. So money is the symbolic, it's at the top of the symbolic pyramid. So people would like to convert in that, and having money in the bank account instead of having land is what they want. So how big schemes, this framework, can then go directly there to talk with owners of land and giving them an alternative, which is a viable alternative, before it's too late. Because there is, time is essential in this process, because otherwise they will go wherever the actual market will tell them to go. And they will make pressure on the politics, on the political level, to shift.
Yes, in my view, we have to work at, there's a top down and there's a bottom up. And we have to work at both ends. So in the Middle East now, because I'm based there, and we're trying to work with the actors, and we had a pretty big conference, the Global Forum we put together with Water and Humanity in Oman 2 weeks ago. And with the industry there is a real awareness now. And every big company in the energy sector and so on are basically employing people who are specialists in the green now. And they are asking themselves the questions, what do we do with our reporting? There are all these different criteria, and you can start writing wonderful reports, and it shows green, and we put a bit of money in that project, and you display it. And then, when we are interacting with, we have to tell them, please don't do it like that. Don't put all the work in your report. Actually develop a sustainable development strategy, a sustainability strategy, so that you actually make the changes. Because if you don't make the changes, you only do the reporting, there is going to be greenwashing. It's getting real. We have to deal with it. And on the top of that, of course, we talk about the reality of the problems. So I think, there is a lot that we have to do to work at that level to make the action real in the financial markets. And the attention is on. The Economist has had 20 pages on ESG a couple of months ago, which was strongly devoted to the big challenge of now getting away from the greenwashing. And I think I don't see governments acting on it. Now the EIB will be out with a report here any day. We had hoped they would present it in our session, but I haven't seen it yet. It's addressing, I think the multilateral, the global institutions, they could actually start working on this in a sensible way. Now, the other hard part of your question is actually, of course, what to do on the ground in a specific case. We can't sit and wait for that. So what we try to do also is to be very concrete in not saying we don't wait for government. Let's bring the actors together and let's plant the mangroves and let's plant these trees. The trees you saw here or the boxes, on the ground, we started that about 5 years ago. And then it was very difficult to even make the government even believe that we were planting. They almost didn't believe it because everybody's talking, but nobody's doing it. But when they went out there and they saw we are actually planting, then they decided, we have to plant 10 million trees. So now they have a 10 million trees project. Of course, many countries come up with this. With the mangroves, it's the same thing. The government made the decision, we're going to plant 45,000 hectares. But then they don't have any. There is no implementation capacity. They don't know how to do it, and they never intended to. But then we actually put together an international consortium with also the Fishing Development Organization in Oman, the Ministry of Housing, all the other actors. And in this case, it's DEME. It's a Belgian company that is world's biggest, I think, in terms of dredging, moving the ocean sediments, because you have to construct these lagoons and so on where the tide goes in and out. So they are actually involved, and they took the whole cost because they see a major opportunity. So now we're doing it, and now all the actors are coming in. Now I actually think it will happen. I don't have the answer to ACAMAS, of course, but I hope we can look at it together. And somehow there are the green bonds, there are the instruments. The instruments are there. The financial sector can use them, and they can get a return if they just care about the substance. It can happen. So I think we have to connect more players. We have to be able to speak across, the spectrum here: research, local, financials. In the conference we had in Muscat, in Oman, we were able to bring together the whole spectrum, and they were speaking very different language. I'm not saying they agreed, but there was a certain common understanding, and I think we have to do it concretely. So, hope we can find a solution. Thanks.
Thank you for this optimistic outlook. Yes.
I don't know if
much.
it's optimistic, but
Time for the next speakers, I think we should move on.
yeah, thanks.
So, thank you very much. Yes, to the presentation, which is already here, I think. No, this is from the previous one. You can find it. Yes, from Professor Martin Heldeweg and Monica. Yes?
Michael.
Michael. Michel Heldeweg. Yes, right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are moving to the topic on citizenship, right?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the organizers for having us in this conference. And us, I'm referring to Monica Bucca and myself, Michel Heldeweg. We are two of a team of 4 preparing a paper on the subject of energy communities and energy citizenship. In the vein of the discussion just now, it made me think of the difference between brute facts and institutional facts, money being an institutional fact, and how these things connect. And you might think maybe as a sort of skepticism at the beginning, is this going to be, sorry, I'll make it 2 slides. Is this going to be also about institutional facts? Yes, it is, but we think there is a clear connect with brute facts of how people may be able to collaborate and how that could happen in an inclusive way. And inclusiveness is important because, as it says at the top, placing citizens at the center of the future energy system, that is actually the call that is in the clean energy package very much. And we approach this in a message, a mission towards a European pillar of energy rights, which we will explain a bit further. And the approach to that is mainly how can we actually empower and create the kind of ownership positions for citizens to actually take the center stage in the energy transition. Now I need to, yes. So as with many others, there's a bit of background. Well, a bit of background is an understatement. There are huge things and sad things happening, current political turmoil. I need not explain what is happening in Ukraine, what is happening with has happened with Nord Stream, the peak in fossil fuels, the fact that now energy poverty, an issue that I hope in many of your countries wasn't even on the radar and is now something that is actually hitting the middle classes. The message by Ursula von der Leyen, the EU president, calling for a diversification of energy supply is a response to this turmoil. It is not only a matter of geopolitical issues in terms of which countries not to import our fuels from and which to choose as an alternative. It is also about what modes of this energy transition we will use and how we can also indeed place citizens at the center of this process. And it seems also, sadly maybe, that many citizens are now, with this peak in price, very much willing to move and involve themselves in it. but are finding that there are huge obstacles in actually making this, this happen. So again, how can we empower, enable EU citizens as suppliers of secure and sustainable energy? Our thinking is that we need to underpin this by securing their rights. Of course, there is this political turmoil, but there is also, much referred to already today, the vein of climate change and the need to make this energy transition following from the Paris Agreement. And the way we look at this is that actually these goals call for a socio-technical, a new socio-technical energy infrastructure, one that relies largely on renewable energy clusters. So the kinds of clusters that combine different sources of energy like biofuels and solar, that therefore combine different types of technologies, that combine various stakeholders, that have the bidirectionality, the flexibility mechanisms, complex systems, as has often been referred to today. But beyond technology, it's not merely the technological system, there is also the need to achieve social innovation, and with that innovation also the general acceptance. To enable this prosumer participation, this energy prosumer participation, for energy citizens to produce, to self-consume, sell and share their renewable energy. Now, the motivating might be okay in a way, certainly given the socioeconomic conditions, but empowering, well, still a worry, certainly if we want to, as they say, leave no one behind. Because there are these structural barriers, and we've discussed various of them, the funding problems, having the skills, the appetite for risk-taking. If we truly want this to be a broad movement with the heterogeneity that is required, and thus the inclusiveness, then the empowering is an issue. Of course, there is the backbone already there, the legislative backbone by the IEMD and the RED Directive, the Renewable Energy Directive, the latter specifically targeting renewables and looking at position of single self-consumers, but also renewable energy communities, and the IEMD more with a broad perspective, with the active consumers and the citizen energy communities. I'm not going into the details of this as the clock is ticking rapidly and we have a chairman who is very strict on time. And you're escaping all these legal details. I think it's interesting here to point out, of course, that with these collectives, the community thinking, the thinking that comes with the sharing of energy, the collective production, but also the shared consuming, and of course with storing and also selling. There is this structure there that provides this, what you might call coherent governance structure for these vehicles. And with RED 2, that is clearly gauged by the idea of securing this distributed system of renewable energy production. With the IEMD, there are less restrictions on the functioning of these civil energy communities, but there is especially the issue of how to legally secure that there is a level playing field and that they're not being captured by the incumbent large energy producing or energy corporations. But if you look closely at this legislative framework, there is far less attention to agency. How are the humans in the system to do this, to achieve this? And especially in terms of empowerment, what tools do they have to overcome these obstacles? There is a reference only if you look at the legislative framework in a recital to human rights and to in the national environmental and climate plans to also address the issue of gender equality, but that's about it. And so you might say in terms of the so-called energy justice perspective, the three tenets of securing that there is indeed access for all to affordable energy as a substantive justice requirement, but also that there is recognition of the position of marginalized groups. And finally, that we have the sort of procedures that allow those marginalized groups, those vulnerable groups, to be involved. Then we still have issues to address. Here's a very simple, a quick example of how this currently pictures in Germany, which is doing quite good in terms of actually pushing this agenda. But if you look at these graphs, it shows you the over-representation of men as members of cooperatives, as investors in cooperatives. It also shows the over-representation of the higher income groups. And in terms of the age of members, it also shows that in comparison to demographic statistics, the over-representation of older persons. So there is homogeneity, there's not the heterogeneity that we are actually after. And there is also largely the factor of attracting people from technical jobs. But if you are without those sort of skills, then it is less likely that you would be participating. My clock stopped functioning, so I have to be sort of...
In 8 minutes?
Okay, but these are Monica's 8 minutes. So yes, so how are we to enhance this distributed ownership? We are currently still working on this model of energy ownership, which builds actually on the fact that you might say there are three basic functions of ownership over a resource such as an energy resource. The economic function of ownership is to actually be entrepreneurial and create surplus and thus possible profits. The individual function is about how to gain independence and autonomy. The social function is how to secure with that ownership overall access and affordability. And if you cross-section those functions with the key actors, the individuals, and look at the top left, that have the liberty to set up private installations and create the prosumership. If you look at the top right, the state owners who still make this grid work. And at the bottom, the energy corporations. This picture, in too short time to actually flesh it out, but is a picture of function and actor settings that we think can work to actually position to work out the ownership governance. But without securing the basic rights behind that, we think whatever configuration you're looking for is still not going to work. And that is why we have moved into this idea of energy works.
Thank you, Michael. Exactly. So our research approach was to look at the questions: what is the need of the society? We need a fair, secure, and sustainable energy transition, as we probably all agree in. Fair, meaning that we want to include the vulnerable and underrepresented groups. Secure, meaning that we want to diversify our energy supply and not be depending on one country. And sustainable, meaning that we want to foster the use of renewable energy. Why is this important? Well, we want to and we have to be prepared for the future and the future climate and societal challenge that we are facing. And actually securing a fair, sustainable energy transition means that it also has a peacekeeping function, because conflicts between nations and also individuals in the future about energy are gonna increase. So how do we want to secure a fair energy transition? We want to secure it by adapting an inclusive way of thinking. And we think that the concept of energy citizenship and energy communities allows this holistic thinking that we need. There are, as my colleague mentioned, already a few directives in place that try to legally capture energy communities. But as I will argue within the next slides, these efforts are not enough yet to really push through these the concept of energy citizenships. And also it does not cover the perspective of equality, liberty, and solidarity well enough yet. So thinking about all these questions, we were inspired by the European Pillar of Social Rights that you probably know. It was proclaimed in 2017. And we thought, yeah, we need something that entails a clear vision and has a strong message, something like the Pillar of Social Rights, but we would call it the European Pillar of Energy Rights. So setting up the European Pillar of Energy Rights, we came up with 3 steps. In the first step, we tried to scan the current EU legislation, and this looked something like that, with a lot of regulations, a lot of recommendations, sorry, as you can see, and only a few directives and regulations in place. And for those of you who did not study law, the difference between regulation and directive is that the regulation usually is implemented word by word by the member states, meaning that it's pretty sure that they will implement it, that it's gonna have a hard effect, it's harder key. So words like needs to and must are usually used here. In the directive, however, member states have quite a lot of room for interpretation. And if a member state is not very much fond of the idea of energy communities, for example, it might be that they will use the words shall ensure and shall entail pretty often, meaning that in the end, energy communities don't have the legal security that we wish they should have, and that also they wish they to have. The main directives we used for our energy pillars are the RED II, the IEMD, and the IEMR as a regulation. So that was the first step. In the second step, we clustered the existing findings in 3 chapters in close correlation to the European Pillar of Social Rights. And this looked something like this. So chapter 1, you can see here the changes, the wording changes from the social pillar. So instead of equal opportunities and access to the labor market, we called it the energy market. Chapter 2, we stated that we want to guarantee fair and flexible energy production, supply, and consumption conditions. And chapter 3 entails the social protection and inclusion. And coming back to the vector that my colleague explained, we can actually clearly define each chapter with the perspectives of ownership. Hence, chapter 1 focusing on the question of equality, also the question of what is used here, what is distributed, what are the benefits and the ills that people have to face during this energy transition. Chapter number 2 focuses on the liberty perspective, the liberty to form an energy community, the liberty to produce your own energy with solar panels, the liberty to not have to pay the state or whoever to use your own energy that you produce. So there the question is, who has the liberty, who is included in the energy transition, who has the rights to use the energy and to sell it. And the third chapter, focusing on the perspective of solidarity. This means especially solidarity to form an energy community, but also the question of solidarity of energy companies towards vulnerable and underrepresented groups. How are they included in the decision-making process? what kind of power do they have in deciding how this should look like. That was step number 2. And step number 3, we evaluated the sub-principles. Our energy pillar has 20 sub-principles against hard and soft acquis. So the slide from step number 2, we looked at which sub-principles are covered by a regulation, which would be a very good thing because, as I mentioned, regulation has a strong legal impact. And now the moment that you have been waiting for since I started talking, our results of our research. Hence, as you can see, especially in chapter 3, there's not many regulations that cover the principles that we think are important for a solidarity energy transition. What was also interesting in this slide is that yeah, exactly. What is also interesting is that most of the squares that I use here are actually from the RED2, which we should have in mind is currently under construction within the Fit for 52 package. So there's going to be a new RED 2 soon. And also what is difficult with directives is that it usually takes years until it's implemented by a state. So even though you can see in the second column that a lot of the principles are covered by directives, it doesn't really mean that it will have a strong impact soon. For the discussion, we have some pictures representing issues that we are facing nowadays, but I also think that the clock is ticking and you are a strict referee, so I'm gonna skip that. And if you wanna contact us or just say hello, here's our contact info. Thanks.
I don't think I gave the impression that I'm such a strict referee, but thank you for Okay, but thank you very much for the very clear presentation and the very interesting analogies with the European Bill of Social Rights and the very clear presentation for non-legal experts. Yes, so that's the microphone. Okay. I will not repeat however. So, any immediate question for clarification?
I mean, it's way to connect, I think. My feeling is that the real dimension which is behind is the solidarity dimension in cultural terms. We have been doing a lot in terms of freedom and equality. But finding the right ways to bring solidarity back, and I think this should be connected with other, how can I say, other processes again. Just to make an example, I've been discussing a couple of months ago in a process of assistance for the innovation ecosystem in Sofia, in Bulgaria. One case study they brought to the discussion was about the community of the gypsy community, because they're burning everything, as you've been showing there. So the way they are making heat is to collect stuff around and to burn it. And this is something like, it's a significant % of the population there. So there is an issue of pollution generation because of but if you don't trigger solidarity, you will not solve the pollution problem. In the sense that this is a pollution problem which should be solved by bringing these people into the energy system just because it's their right. What I mean is that they were not thinking about solving the problem by through solidarity, but they were thinking to solve the problem as a pollution problem. And just to put this into the discussion, I think that this should be taken into account in the legislation process, that this is a way to solve a number of problems which are out of the typical mindset of being offering assistance to vulnerable categories, but it's also because they are creating problems on other dimensions of the of the community.
And this escapes the formal targets set by policy. Because
No, it's absolutely true. And I think it's a good example. If I take it to the example that we try to explain too quickly about the vectors of ownership, then I would typically position this more on the liberty side of things, where they are prosuming, you might argue, but it's away from what was at the bottom of the slide, the solidarity thinking, as you are referring to. So the issue is also there within the liberty and the equality and the solidarity, how to make sure that these are indeed in balance, so that you build upon the incentives that are necessary behind each of these ownership functions or vectors, but that it is in balance. And surely that means that well, it's been argued again and again today that the inclusive response is vital here. To get them on board and make them part of this solidarity-driven process, and also make sure that they are in a way empowered to seek the alternative ways of securing, to be the prosumer, but to be the prosumer in a different...
In that case, there was an issue about the physical infrastructure of distributed heating, because they have distributed heating, yes. And those people are kept out because of their, they are not within the framework of citizenship, because they are out of residential permits and whatever. They don't exist. And as they don't exist, they can collect waste and burn it and pollute. And people are trying to face the pollution problem instead of the inclusion problem.
Yeah.
And that's the point. You have to extend the networks to include this category of people and find a way to include them. I think, as this is what I suppose you are saying there, because of energy rights. So you start setting a list of energy rights as the workers' rights. So I like very much that you are mirroring the, and then you solve another problem, because people are just looking the finger instead of the moon, and they talk about pollution and not about inclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. And behind this might be the big question whether, in a more general sense, the socioeconomic relations and institutions that we have can stay as they are, as we have an energy market, or whether we should shift more to an energy civil society, and that the rights, the basic energy rights, should actually shape this to secure this inclusion. But certainly for now, they are absolutely the marginalized that we, well, not only specifically them, but that we were talking about and why we advocate this pillar.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much to both of you for your presentations. And of course, all my effort was not to be too late for the last presentation by Ms. Gordana Popovic from the European Research Council. That's not, so it must be here, yes. She has 20 years experience in European research organizations and more than 10 years at ERC, right? Okay, so floor is yours. Thank you.
So I hope you can see me. So this is not designed for my size, so maybe I'm not designed to be a speaker. No, it's fine, it's fine. Perfect. No, I'm used to these situations. No worries. So it's fine.
We should make it. It will be fair.
Perfect. No, it's great. I'm hiding here behind that. I want to use my minus 55 minutes now to say something about the European Research Council. And to say, probably many of you know that, maybe not. We were established in 2007 by the European Commission, and our paternal Directorate General is for Research and Innovation. The ERC, the European Research Council, is very specific because we have the Scientific Council consisting of 22 world-leading scientists in different areas who are appointed to define the strategy. So the strategy, the program, the way of the methodology of evaluation is not set by politicians, by administrators in Brussels, but by scientists. So it is a program designed from scientists for scientists. We started in 2007 with the FP7. At that time, we had 7.5 billion euro. And now, after Horizon 2020, now we are in Horizon Europe, our budget has increased to 16 billion euros. So that is sufficient money that we really can make an impact in science. For us, what is important is excellence. Excellence is the only criterion that we use. So we do not evaluate the host institution. We don't evaluate any, I would say, societal, economic impact, but solely the scientific impact. The groundbreaking nature of the idea and the originality of the scientific approach. So it should be excellence of the idea and excellence of the researcher. We found projects in different areas. We are a bottom-up program, so we don't have missions. So that's what you could hear about European Union missions in research. We are not part of that. So we are a bottom-up program. Everything what is ethically sound and fine, we can fund. And we have 3 domains: life sciences, physical sciences and engineering, which also includes mathematics and chemistry, and social sciences and humanities. We have 27 panels. And if you go to our work program, you will see subdivisions. So each panel is subdivided in sub-descriptors. So this is why you don't see here energy, because energy is in several or climate change or points that you have raised today. They are here, but they are not explicitly mentioned in the panel titles, but they are there. We have main grants like starting grants, consolidator grants, advanced grants. The idea is one researcher, give the researcher 5 years of 5 years time to do the research that the researcher wants to do, and give the researcher enough budget and freedom and liberty to do it. So for starting grants, usually we have projects of 1.5 million euro, for consolidator 2 million euro, advanced grant 2.5 million euro, and we have the opportunity that if the researcher needs extra budget for using labs or for equipment, they can get on top 1 more million euro. We have synergy grants, which are bigger, and here this is a little bit an exception. We have 2 to 4 researcher or principal investigators who come from or highlight a research idea from different corners. This is why it is a synergy. And here we can even have or allow, or we fund also a researcher who can be also outside of European Union or the associated countries, do the research completely outside of Europe. And we have the proof of concept. And this is very interesting. If somebody has one of the main grants, they can apply for several iterations for proof of concept to see if their idea, if their methodology, if their approach is sound, and if it leads also to the market. By the way, I just wanted to say one synergy grant is here at the University of Cyprus. Professor Marios Polikarpou, Smart Water Futures, Designing the Next Generation of Urban Drinking Water Systems. So this is a big success, I would say. Synergy grant that went to Cyprus. I will not explain here everything. It shows how great, how important the ERC funding is. We have funded until now more than 12,000 projects. We are financing more than 80,000 researchers who participate in this project. So that not only the PI, the main researcher, but also the entire teams. There are, as it comes to the main researcher, the PIs, they are from 87, we have 87 nationalities of the grant holders. So I want to say also what makes us very happy whenever we enter autumn is the Nobel laureate procedure and announcements, because also this year there are 3 Nobel laureates which got the Nobel Prize, and they were our grantees. So in total, we have 12 Nobel Prizes, or not we, but we've financed researchers who got 12 Nobel Prizes after our funding, 6 Fields Medals in mathematics, 11 Wolf Prizes, and many other awards. So now I come to the energy part, because this more than 12,000 projects are, of course, not all in energy. But when we started in FP7 in 2007, you can see there were only few projects. Just, I think there were 2, or no, even 1. Yep, 1, yeah. An exclusive one, which was in the area of fuel cells and hydrogen. But then we see that rapidly how energy started to be more and more important. We got more applications and consequently also more funded projects, mainly in new materials for energy, but also a lot in photovoltaics. That was FP7. Now we come to Horizon 2020 and the European Green Deal. And 14% of our ERC projects that we fund under Horizon 2020, they directly contribute to policies for a green transition. So almost 1,000 projects out of this 12,000 projects. So it is a really significant number. And approximately 2 billion euro budget goes to finance the projects in contributed to the European Green Deal. More than 1,000 researchers working on the topics. Out of this almost 1,000 projects, 950 something projects in Green Deal, approximately 1/3 contributes to at least 2 or more policy areas of the European Green Deal. We can see it on the right-hand side. The nodes are, or the size of the nodes shows also the number of projects we fund in the specific policy areas. As told, we are not a mission-related program. That happened by the submissions of the PIs. So boosting climate action is definitely here the main part. Clean, affordable, and secure energy is also very important in terms of the projects we are funding, and sustainable and smart mobility, farm to fork, and biodiversity and ecosystems. You can see the range how, and also the lines between them. The thicker they are, the bolder they are, they show more and more or less interaction. So we see in a dynamic way how our funding in European Green Deal looks like. Exploring the projects on clean, affordable, and secure energy. In this area, we have 277 projects. The majority of them is in physical engineering and physical sciences and engineering, and only 40 in life sciences and social sciences and humanities. The majority, I told, is in physics and engineering. The majority is in P8. I'm coordinator of the P8 panel, so this is why I'm also here today. It's not because I'm friend with Brigitte Hasewind, but I know her for the last 20 years. But in fact, for me, it was also important to come and to be here with you, and thank you also for inviting me. So on the right-hand side, we see the different topics. Also, the bigger the titles are, that means the more projects we have in these areas, like the majority is in materials engineering, in electrochemistry, in chemical engineering, physical chemistry, energy storage, and so on. And here we can see, but I'm not going to explain that in too much detail. It's simply to see that the main disciplines are, as shown before, in materials engineering, which is quite stable in terms of how it performed from 2014 at the beginning of Horizon 2020 to the end of Horizon 2020. So materials engineering, main part, material science, physical chemistry, chemical engineering, electronics and photonics, organic chemistry, physics of fluids, and nanosciences. Main topics, definitely electrochemistry, optoelectronic and photonic system, energy storage, heterogeneous catalysis, and so on. If we speak now, the combination of energy, so projects in energy, but related to climate change, there are 102 projects. Majority, again, in physical sciences and engineering, and less in life sciences and social sciences and humanities. Here again, PE8 is the major panel where we have funded projects. Here mainly, again, materials engineering, chemical engineering, material science, energy storage, and so on. If we speak about energy and transport, there we have less projects, only 30. And again, here, P8, because we have energy as a subdescriptor and also transport. So the majority of proposals end up on our table, and normally also many of them get funds. And here, if we speak about energy and advanced materials, here again, the majority are in P8, and we speak about, so the topics are again here on the right-hand side, the methods they take, and scientific areas. I will try to give some examples quickly. So the example, so we have many projects, and how did I select these examples is simply also because they are a little bit highlighting the energy from different corners, and some of them have achieved real breakthrough. So the project COF Leaf, the title is Fuel Cell from Sunlight, and in fact it is focused on efficient harvesting and converting sunlight into chemical energy. Something that is a dream, and this is the efficient and highly tunable artificial photosynthetic platform to enable that, to build something that can practically be mimicking the artificial, or having the possibility for artificial photosynthesis. Mesolite is a project performed by Professor Michael Kretzel. He is one of the big names in energy. He has done some really revolutionary work in the field of photovoltaics by scaling up significantly the industrial architecture, stability, and photovoltaic conversion efficiency of the perovskite solar cells from previously 11 to over 21%, and that is really amazing. If we come here again to here we have two projects. One is by Patrice Simon, University Paul Sabatier, Toulouse, who has designed new generation of special novel nanomaterials with exceptional and powerful supercapacitors properties for energy storage. And then we have one named Valeria Nicolosi. She is quite famous. She has 6 ERC grants. By the way, there is one from University of Cyprus who has also 6. I visited him on Monday, but in another area, cancer treatment. So, so Valeria is not the only one with 6 grants. I mean, she has one starting, one consolidator, and the rest are proof of concept. So what she did, she developed a 3-dimensional printed energy, or she is working, developing 3-dimensional printed energy storage devices, which are based on 2-dimensional nanomaterial inks. She is using graphene, and she has demonstrated how to make batteries out of graphene and how to produce the batteries on everything, on every shape, every object that you imagine, using something which is very similar to inkjet printers. And so what she can do and what she has developed is practically to print such batteries on, can be on textile for smart clothing, on the smartphones, can be on your laptop, on some medical devices. And in fact, the shape, the size can be as you wish. And the point is that they are very quickly rechargeable. And the battery, the storage, energy storage is much longer. So she has extended the time to 5,000 times, more or less. So if you charge the battery, you can forget it then for a couple of years. Examples of further projects are Hyper and High Nano. They are both in solar cells. One is, the first one is more efficient solar cells with extremely low energy losses and increased stability. The other is a project which contributed to new low-cost and efficient hybrid solar technology, combining long-term stability with a reduced environmental impact. So solar energy, but in a different approach. And then here we have Ioannis Papakonstantinou at the University College London, project Intel Glazing. This is also very interesting, original. What he is doing, or what he has done, is to design intelligent functional glazing. That means to glazing and surfaces which will protect the impact of energy exchange, so that less energy is lost, and also, or in case, to prevent also the solar energy to enter into the building, in a part of the building, so to reduce practically cooling, but also heating, which is a huge percentage of the energy that we use today. And in addition to that, this specific functional glazing system should be self-cleaning. The last 2 projects, it's Electric Challenges, Natalia Fabra. This is in social sciences and humanities. She analyzed energy consumption, suppliance, and storage, but also in terms of the market, the societal and humanity corner, and she also triggered new concepts and breakthrough advances on how we pay, how we use, and how we store the energy.
And just to mention, the General Assembly of ESEIA is starting now. We realize that our scheduling issues are an issue, but I'm still supposed to tell you that the ESEIA General Assembly is starting now. If somebody wants to go over, they should.
Okay, good. I think I will finish now. Yeah. I just want to also say there is another project which I personally find very interesting by Professor Astrid Dannenberg, and the topic is climate change, what triggers human cooperation. So it is a very hot topic, a very interesting project with very interesting outcomes. So I invite you to visit our website, and there you can here download the projects, the outcomes, everything that you can get in more detail. We are also present in conferences, in the World Economic Forum. The ERC is also contributed to the forum's annual meeting of the new champions, which is called Summer Davos. Yeah. And the final slide, I want to invite you to participate in our energy storage workshop, which we are organizing on 18th of November. In the afternoon, it will be fully remotely. We will have two parallel sessions. One is thermal and hydrogen energy, the other electrochemical energy storage. So in case you are interested, please let me know, then I will send you all the necessary link, or you can directly go to the website and then register there. Thank you so much. That would be everything.
Thank you very much. Which reminds me that the only attempt I did was in 2007. In the first, it was the last year that I was eligible for the starting grants. Yeah.
But you're eligible then for the others.
Yeah.
So
But
I'm waiting for your submission.
Now we understood how challenging it is. Yes. Yeah, I thought it was as if I was applying for a professorship in Oxford. Anyway, I have the following question, perhaps, because are we allowed to continue for a few minutes, or yeah? Okay, just okay. I will ask a spontaneous. I will ask Thomas to respond spontaneously, if possible. I don't have an answer. How would you connect the dots of the three presentations? Policies and finances and financing is the title of our session.
That's your job, it's not mine.
Yes, but yes, recognizing who has a better overview than me, I pass this question to you. But if there is something to say spontaneously, and I promise to transmit it tomorrow at the first panel that Michael is chairing, and I have to participate.
Well, so the challenges that we are confronted with cannot be resolved by progress on just one playing field. There are a lot of things that need to come together. So we had here a presentation from quite different angles. Of course, I'm looking at the financials and the difficulty to get the returns for the investment in protecting nature, in particular, or nature-based solutions. And that's an economic challenge. And here we have the legal approach, and how you award rights, and how you can progress then legislation that has more teeth to it, and get then also behavioral change on that side of the society. And of course, here we have the top notch of the research world, and we need the excellence as well as we need the diffusion of the knowledge, and we need the behavioral change and all of it. It's all part of one system, and it's a systemic challenge. So these are complementary approaches, but at the end of the day, we need more. We need more action. We need to get to things to happen to a different extent, and so I think that there is a need of more interfaces to make that a reality.
Will Monica or Michael get a comment, please?
Well, I come from the Kelso Institute, and I have to think immediately of the CSOP, of course. If I don't mention it, my professor would be mad at me that I didn't. It's the consumer stock ownership plans. Some people connect it to communism, sorry, but it's actually a voluntary form. You don't have to participate. It's a plan where financial institutions are needed to finance this form of plan. For example, a financial institution could buy a wind park, and the people living around the wind park can participate in the in the profits that the wind park makes as shareholders, and yeah, then don't only have the negative side of having a wind park next to them, but also enjoy the positive sides of earning money by just living there. And of course, also a research institution would be important to enable this with more special funding and also spread the word about the possibility. So that would be my answer.
To which I would only add, if it's going to work. Yes, it does. To add that with respect to the research, I would be interested to know what scope there is within excellence for citizen science, because if this is to be action directed, then it would be helpful if the sort of projects would actually, well, have in themselves the participation of citizens.
I don't need it, thank you. Yeah. So we have, I mean, I am not in the social sciences and humanities domain, and we might have here some interesting projects. I mean, I have focused now on energy related, but I think what would be good, we have different tools. So you go to our website and then you can pick up and see what's ongoing. If there are some results, you can contact the principal investigators and see with them. Or there are some projects which are designed and submitted to finance them. I think that is very important, and it's needed, and I think it can make really a huge impact. I personally thought that maybe this example, this project can be a little bit like a glue between our different topics, because definitely we need the human cooperation to achieve some results.
Yes, in fact, Astrid is an economist, and she tries to apply social science approaches. But I'm sure there are ERC grantees on citizen science, not only on governance.
Yeah, so I have not taken them now, but definitely there. Or if you have some specific questions on them, please send me an email, and then I can put you in contact with my colleague who is in charge of social sciences, humanities, and they can give you specific advice and information.
No, it's the chair of the. Just to comment, because it's quite in line with a reflection on the overall framework of innovation and the kind of innovation we want, because you are generating in ERC a number of possibilities of innovation. So it's the side of knowledge and creating possibilities, because then you have been showing that about 400, I think, of the grantees, they are then going to the next step of developing a spin-off and creating something that wants to go into the real world and change somehow the world.
Correct.
The side Thomas is working around is the side of creating the large demand and capacity of absorbing innovation. So in a nice conversation I had with a scholar about innovation theory, she told me she's working, if you want, I will share her work because it's quite interesting, and stick. She works on the finance of innovation processes, and she told me, I mean, we have an idea that about 40% of the money devoted to innovation should go to explore possibilities serving the transition. Otherwise, the transition will not come. So if it is below a certain level, you are just throwing money there to support innovation, but this will not change the system because it's diluted. So I think that working on the finance of from that side, so bringing the money of carbon credits and whatever to pool innovation, that kind of innovation is fundamental, because if you have 2 million, in that size of transition is nothing. It's just to explore, but then you need at least 1, even 2 orders of magnitudes to change markets at that scale of PV or of wind or on top of it of energy. And in the middle, you have the why. Because what you want to change? If you want to change in terms of more opportunities, it's just equality, or it's just freedom. If you think that this should be a just transition, it's what you say. So the core is why, and I mean, which is the reason why we want a transition, which is not just about carbon credit. It's also to give the guys the gypsy I was mentioning before, access to distributed heat instead of burning tires. That's, for me, is the why. So somehow I see the components of this picture here.
Which gave me great thoughts for tomorrow so that I can use my 5 minutes in tomorrow's session. It's extremely easy. You see the privileges of the chair. In the interest of the General Assembly, and also of the Supreme Chair of the conference, who is Josefina Stemmer, and not you, Minister of Interior for Law and Order at the Institute.
Which is very, popular nowadays, to put some law and order around.
We need this, yes, definitely. So I would like to thank you very much for your patience, for your participation, for your attendance, and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.